All right. Nom, 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 nom. Okay, here's a link. If you want to join us, join me, join us. And here's my Discord server. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Audio sounds good. I don't see any issue with
And
audio. Here's my Discord
mhm,
server. Notifications. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
mhm,
Nothing. No
mhm,
notification that's worth. Okay. Discussing. Audio sounds good. So, okay. It's time almost to engage with Ninetales Cosmic Fox. Um, should be around now. And until she replies, so this is our new friend from last episode. Username. So username says recap. In your stream titled "Debating Quantum Physics: Foundations of Philosophy of Science," I requested you to provide the foundational logic you use in your theory of everything. That's the previous episode. You responded with, "I agree on general relativity. As far as I know, general relativity." At the timestamp 7:13:03. My expansion. I understand that you may not completely understand general relativity, since you said, "as far as I know." Not knowing general relativity is completely fine, but there is an issue that I have. You claim that your theory of everything, it's called TOE, constitutes a logical system since the foundation agrees with mainstream physics. For example, general relativity, let's call it GR, agreeing with GR actually troubles your theory since GR has gigantic limitations and is composed of illogical systems. Here are some issues with GR. List provided below. Incompatibility with quantum mechanics. hmm Why would you say it's incompatible? It's like saying Coulomb is incompatible with quantum mechanics. Fine. At the quantum mechanical level, there is gauge theory, boson, whatever, particle interaction, particle exchange. The two electrons exchange a virtual particle, a virtual photon, push each other, and stuff like that. So that's like Feynman diagrams and stuff, quantum field theory. And then at the quantum level, that's the explanation. When you zoom out, I assume it converges to Coulomb's law. Right? I'm assuming if it's not, then when it's not, then you have to, add any corrections. But these are just summaries. I mean, quantum mechanics, we know it's mechanical. Quantum mechanics is mechanical. It's the way science should have always been. Singularities, I don't know what that means. Singularity just means undefined. So for you to tell me that something contradicts something undefined, I don't know. I don't know what that means by definition because you're saying, well, right? You're saying, I don't know what you mean. You don't know what you mean. I'm not. It's not because I'm not understanding you. It's because you're saying you don't understand you. That's the definition of the word singularity. It's a placeholder, as far as I know. I mean, uh, uh, I don't know. I don't know what that word means. It doesn't seem to mean anything, which is its intention. It's supposed to mean nothing. It's like, and then magic happens. That's the word singularity. So, for you to tell me that something contradicts a singularity is definitionally undefined. You intentionally leave it undefined. You're saying it's a placeholder. So my theory contradicts a placeholder. I don't know what that means. Not because there's a problem with my understanding. It's because you don't know what that means. I don't know what that means because, by definition, you're saying it is unknown. You're claiming it's unknown. No, it's undefined or something like that. Dark matter. I don't. I mean, we don't know what dark matter is. We just don't know. So I don't know how you can say it's incompatible with another unknown. We just don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I just don't know. So what's? How could you say that any theory contradicts dark matter when we don't know what it is? Dark energy. Dark energy. My theory fits. I had to create dark energy separately from dark energy. I had to create dark energy because the universe is always running out of ether. So here is the diagram. Here is the problem. Here is the universe. Here are all the galaxies or clusters of galaxies or all the mass in the universe. It's all eating up. There is an ether flow. So it's eating up all the ether. The ether will be gone and the universe will collapse. The universe will shrivel and shrink and go back maybe to its origins. Unless, next slide, I had to add dark energy. And it's not dark energy. Dark energy is everywhere. It really should be. Dark energy is everywhere. Well, let's move it one, bring backwards one. Maybe bring backwards again and again and again. So that's dark energy. Anyway, it's everywhere all at once. It's being created everywhere all at once. I need to explain that. I think that's my theory. Okay, we will be back. I think. Oh yeah, you wrote. Well, I told her I'm ready. So now, well, she said ish. Oh, it's in 1 hour. Oh, it's in 1 hour. Oh, so I rushed for no reason. Oh, so I can eat more gum. Hmm. More gum. I love gum. I'm the gum monster. You know, there's a cookie monster. I'm the gum monster. Anyway, I was worried that username actually has um I have about an hour. Let me give him my link. Who's this? Oh, wait. Mm, but this is not going to be accredited because prompts may have a link. Okay, no rush. Whenever you are ready. Okay, so Monsieur Monsieur username. Yeah, I'm in the VC. Monsieur username, so you can join me. Mm, let's see what else you say. Okay. I sadly have a sore throat from bug and it hurts to talk. Sorry. I hope my articulation is compatible with you through text. Um, you can watch talking about it now. Mhm. Yeah, my StreamYard link. Oh, nice. It could be fun to chat some more with him. Follow me. Feel free. Live. For a show up if you want. Very nice. Okay. So. Mhm. Mhm. You can watch me out. Mhm. Mhm. So. Mhm. Mhm. I've been. Trust me. It will make sense when you're done reading it. Okay. Um. I need a bet. I could do a 7 EST start. Perfect. Um. Keeping busy. Okay. Mhm. Mhm. Nevertheless. Nevertheless. What? Definitely no rush. I'm gonna stop here at work and I'm pushing the limit for 7:15 now. Hmm. Okay. Back to commentary. So dark energy, it's completely compatible. Not only is it compatible, I need it. Without dark energy, my mod. Oh, somebody's joined us.
Oh, Mr. Slave.
Oh, Gamma. How is your life?
Great. I wanted to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Have you went to college at all?
I went to college at all. What?
Yeah. Have you went to college at all?
Unfortunately, for two reasons, I'd rather not discuss myself. First,
Okay. Okay.
I'm minimizing, any cross section I have on YouTube profile, and second, I don't want my anything I say to be cross reference with like my authority. Like you should like think maybe I am who knows like a big time a big shot somewhere, or maybe I'm a homeless guy. It's like a hobo.
Uh, I don't care. Like if you do, like it's not a matter of like
hmm
I don't know. I just wanted to know since you.
I don't know. I don't know anything about you. All I
Yeah.
know is from our discussions that you know some calculus, which is terrific.
Yeah. Yeah.
One second. Let me just. I'm texting someone.
What are you eating right now?
Oh, I'm
Are
chewing
you allowed to
gum.
tell me what you're eating?
Yeah,
You're
yeah. I'm
chewing gum.
chewing. I'm not chewing anyone's antenna. Don't worry about it. Mm, so, what else do you want to know? Like,
Uh,
but right, you understand that I don't want my discussion to be contaminated by anything you know about me. Like, I get
I
in.
I I
Hmm.
wouldn't let that happen. Like I don't care.
No, not
Like I
you,
I don't.
not you
Oh
personally. You, the universe. Like, it's very. Wait, somebody's joined us.
yeah,
Hey,
your girlfriend. Yeah.
Amber. Amber, look,
wow.
look. Gamma. No hack is here.
Wow.
Um, I don't know this guy.
I don't know him either, but he knows calculus, so be careful.
Whoa. I know how to do the most basic integration and the power rule. That's basically it, man.
I don't even know what the power rule is. Oh, you mean differentiation, integration of powers? What
Yeah,
is?
Well, the
yeah.
power within.
He has great powers. With great powers come great responsibilities.
So power rule like x to the n minus one.
You might
Yeah.
put Amber to sleep if you say X to, and that's it. That's all you. Once you say X, she's already sleepy. But
Something soup or something. I don't know. I heard her say that before.
something dark side. Wait, what? What did you say?
I don't know. She was talking about soup earlier.
Super. Like you have powers, superpowers. Wait, Gamma. So what's going on? Ask me questions about my theory, my philosophy. What did you think about my 9 hour debate with a server? Did you enjoy?
9 hours. Was that
You
how
did?
long it was?
Yeah, it's a 9 hour.
Yesterday?
Well, it's a 9 hour video. Maybe we started like, maybe it was only 6 hours. Me debating against the entire server, but it was pretty. I enjoyed it. Like finally, I got a chance to talk, and people, I would say, mocked me very little. Like with respect to previous days, like with every passing day, you guys seem to be less insane and more human-like. You're regaining your humanity slowly.
Uh, the
So,
last one I've seen
mhm.
published was the 13 days ago. It looks like you republished something from 13 days ago, or it was like a live stream.
I don't know. Maybe you're just watching what YouTube is recommending to you. But like I'm, I'm streaming every day, multiple hours. I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
finished like 8 hour stream. Now I'm going. This is another stream. Uh,
Titled "Debating a Communist."
mm, so they need to create a thumbnail. So Gamma. So wait, were you there yesterday?
I don't know if I was there for what you were talking about. I don't know.
You don't remember me debating everyone? One like all
Who is
together.
everyone? Who's everyone?
The VC.
In Globe Gangsters?
Yeah, you didn't. Amber was there basically the whole time.
I probably heard. I don't know.
Anyway, so I discovered this username who cannot join us, but I'm texting him on Discord right now as we speak. And I thought that he had like logical objections to my theory. So he says here that my theory is he says GR. He says if my theory is compatible with GR, then it must be incompatible with quantum mechanics. And well, he says here are some issues. He's also listening to the stream right now, so if there's an issue, if I'm misrepresenting anything he's saying, he's gonna text me in the chat. Let me give you my yeah, the link to my to this stream that we are having right now.
I'm watching.
Oh, you're watching? Oh, that's
Yes.
incredible. So he says, so Mr. Everything, Mr. Username. So he says, here are some issues with GR, lists provided below. So the issues with GR, it's incompatible with quantum mechanics. It's incompatible, no, here are some issues with GR. So issues incompatible with quantum mechanics. Singularities. So he claims GR gives you singularities. So I don't know why you would say GR gives you singularities. If you're referring to the singularity at the center of a black hole, that's not a prediction of GR. That's just because, I mean, Newton gives you a singularity just as much, right? Because Newton equation is F equals gmm over r squared. So at r equals 0, Newton also gives you infinite force. So Newton gives you a singularity just as much. So to claim that singularities are an effect, wait, what just happened? Yeah, Amber hates math. That should be her name. Amber hates math. So if you think GR predicts or creates or is responsible for the singularity at the center of that black hole, that's nonsense. The singularity at the center of the black hole is created by the definition of the problem that it comes to solve, right? So Mr. Schwarzschild, he starts his exercise by saying, let's assume an empty universe. Let's place a point mass at the center of this universe. So that's it. That's a singularity. When you say point mass, that's a singularity. That's the end. That's where the singularity of the center of the black hole comes from. That's it. That's it. That's a singularity. So it's completely nonsensical. I don't know what else to say. I mean, like, I thought physicists are supposed to be not dumb. Gamma, what do you think about that? Like, that's like, I should write a paper just about that.
You should, yeah.
Wait, you have an like antithesis to this
Oh no,
thesis?
I was saying you should write the paper.
But do you agree or disagree?
Uh, your qualm is with GR and
No,
quantum mechanics not agreeing with each other. You said.
you're not listening.
Yeah, I'll
You,
be honest.
yeah,
I
you're
was
not.
I was.
Yeah, I'm discussing the singularity, not the quantum mechanics part. The quantum mechanics part, we can discuss that separately. I already discussed it before you showed up. But the singularity. So do you know where the right? There's a everybody says there's a singularity at the center of the black hole, right? And he's going to say there's also a singularity at the event horizon. Watch this. As I said, if you would like me to expand on any item within the list, I will. I mean, I let me go through the list. I mean, sure, but there's no
I mean,
point.
the
What?
singularity is just at the center of the black hole. There's not two singularities.
There used to be, I think, two, but they resolved the singularity at the event horizon. So my entire trip into physics started when I watched Veritasium's video called "Something Strange Happens When You Follow Einstein's Math," which is all about the singularity at the event horizon. I think he doesn't even discuss the singularity at the center of the black hole, but he resolves the singularity at the event horizon. He said that we used to think there is a singularity there, but a simple coordinate transformation fixes that singularity. Um, that's why he says here there's supposed to be, I think, maybe three singularities. The thing is the singularity at the Big Bang. Singularity. Do you know what gamma? Do you know what singularity means?
Uh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, what does it mean?
In relation to black holes,
I would say in general, but sure, in relation to black holes.
Uh,
I'm not testing you. I'm asking your
I know,
opinion.
I know. Like somewhere in the center of the black hole, that like space time just breaks down. Is infinite density.
Okay, we can talk about all those things. Let me just see what else he says now. Please just look at this message. This will resolve the confusion you have with my message. Ooh, look at which message. Singularities in general relativity are points where certain physical quantities like density and curvature
Yeah, yeah. That sounds
become
right.
infinite. Okay, so let's talk about the density. Why would you say the density in a black hole becomes infinite? Why would you say that? So you could say that because looking from observing from the outside, the black hole, um, you could claim has no size, but that's not true. The black hole has a size. We don't know. Maybe right underneath the event horizon is a neutron star, fully intact. So that right, that would resolve the issue. Um, the density at the center of anything. I mean, I mean, we really need to discuss this. Okay, the density. Okay, curvature become infinite. The density becomes infinite. But why would the density become infinite? Like, okay,
And
sure.
like the
Hmm.
there's no stationary black or like non-rotating black holes aren't a thing as I'm aware. Like
Yeah,
all black
well,
holes they're not. It's actually not a point of infinite density. It's like a ring.
yeah. Let's keep it simple. Let's talk about a non-rotating black hole. So why would you?
Yep.
What's the argument that the density shoots to infinity? What's the argument? Like, why would you say that? Why would you say the density rises? Why would you say that? Why?
I believe it's because that it's considered to have it's infinitely dense because it has no volume, but it has mass. I think is the argument.
I mean, these are very nice words. Okay, so
That's why I said that's the argument. I'm not a physicist, but I believe that that's the claim. I could even be wrong about if I'm misrepresenting the current claim, but it's that it has no volume, but it has mass.
okay, so the beauty of black holes is that they are the simplest objects in the universe. Nothing can be simpler than a black hole. So this is why I love black holes. I always for years I was thinking about black holes. The advantage of black holes is
Sure, you do. Yeah, think about black holes.
yeah, not those different. So
Oh, sorry, yeah, you weren't clear enough.
I'm sorry. Nevertheless, so why would you say? I mean, okay. So here I'll give you how I stopped being confused or as confused as I used to be about black holes. So everyone, when they discuss black holes, they say, "Let's imagine a black hole." Okay, that's what everybody does. I don't do that. I always start from a star. Let's imagine a star. Just before, and let's now go through converting it slowly, step by step, very slowly, with all the physics and the quantum physics and GR and SR. Let's use everything to slowly convert it into a black hole. Let's do it slowly, slowly. No more. And then magic happened, and now there's infinite density. You could do that. I would say I would wave bye bye. I'm not doing that. Not going down that path anymore. Not interested. So if you actually go step by step and go through the thought experiment, go through the Gedankensexperiment, and you actually go step by step in your mind, you start from a star. And by the way, you take the star and you, in your mind, you move into the center of the star. So now you're at the center of the star. Not only are you at the center of the star, you find that epicenter, the very center of the center, and at the very center there is some atom. There's some molecule, some atom. At the very center there's an atom, and or in the very center of the atom there's a nucleus. Very center there is a proton or a neutron. And now let's pile more and more and more stuff and convert the star into a neutron star. Okay, now it's a neutron star, but still we're at the very center and we're inside that very neutron at the very center of the star. Okay, now let's convert this slowly into a black hole. How would we do it? How would we convert this into a black hole? So in order to do this, we need to keep on piling more stuff on the neutron star so that we get more and more pressure. We need to crack the neutron. As far as we know, wait, what? He says, and please continue reading the message above and the message I just sent. Well, you told me there is infinite density. What's the point? I mean, you're telling me things that I can disprove. I've made videos disproving the infinite destiny, the density conjecture, and the infinite curvature conjecture. Nothing becomes infinite. Obviously, that's nonsense. That's nonsensical. But I don't know what that means. I don't live in your magical universe. You know that by now. I don't live in a magical universe. There's no magic in my universe. There's no spooky anything. Everything is mechanical. Everything is explained very slowly, meticulously. No. If you want to create some infinity, then you'll have to prove it step by step. Anyway, so let's let's do our best to create this infinite density. So we're going to pile on this neutron star more and more stuff, and that's actually what happens in, I think, in an M1 supernova or something. I think the neutron star cannibalizes the sister star and eats up and grows until I think anyway. Let's do this slowly. So what's going on as we're piling more stuff on the neutron star? What are we doing to this neutron at the very center of the star? So we're putting more and more pressure, right? You can imagine that this neutron at the center of the neutron star, it's holding up the entire star, right? If it suddenly goes away, then everything collapses onto that spot. So the entire neutron star is standing on the head of a single neutron. Now, what is this thing? What is a neutron? A neutron doesn't exist. A neutron is three quarks jumping around between red, green, blue and exchanging gluons. Okay. But in this bouncing around, they're bouncing against other quarks. Okay. Something happened. Okay. Wait, let me see what it says. I'm saying infinite densities are not true. What I say does not allow room for assumptions. Nowhere have I said that they are true. I said here are some issues with GR. This does not say here are some of the things I agree with GR. Please just read. Okay, let's continue reading what it says. Because I've made the lecture a discussion about how a black hole is formed, and I didn't witness any infinities or infinite density. Everything worked fine. I didn't really see an issue. I think everything worked fine. I have to get back. I need to write a paper about the failure-based panel. Insane debate. Wait, I don't like panels. Oh, he's moderating between Cosmic Fox and me. Hmm. Very good, very good. The Late Show. It's funny. Okay, let's continue reading username. All right. So I'm a little bit confused. So here are. Let's read the sentence. Agreeing with GR actually troubles. Agreeing with GR actually troubles your theory. So he says that because I agree with GR troubles my theory, since GR has gigantic limitations and is composed of illogical systems. He says because I'm compatible with GR, that's the downfall of my theory. Here are some issues with GR. So GR has quantum mechanics incompatibility. I don't see this. Singularities. There's no singularities in GR. Dark matter. There's no dark matter in GR. I'm not following. Here are some issues with GR. I'm list what GR doesn't work with dark matter. Why not? I don't know what dark matter is. Nobody knows. We don't know. We haven't figured it out. So I don't know. Dark energy. GR is incompatible, or I don't know. Look, Mr. Username, I don't know what you mean. I honestly I don't understand. Gamma, do you understand what he means?
No. He should join.
Which was what?
He should join the.
I am in the VC. No, he
Oh,
can't.
he should.
He can't. His throat. He has a throat virus or something. I hope.
Oh,
I hope he's going to be well.
did he get it from you?
Oh, he says. Yeah, he got it. Oh, he says I will join in a minute. That would be terrific. My throat is getting bad. You can whisper. See, I can put my mic. I can whisper. You can whisper if you have a normal like in 10. Well, and well, then we'll only have about 15 minutes because I am invited to a channel to
Wait,
do.
where are you going? Are you?
Or and at 15 past, like in half an hour, I'm invited to this guy, his channel, this
Whose
thing.
channel? What is it?
Oh, you can't
Uh,
see it.
okay, yeah, I see now.
Uh,
Mister. Oh, this is gonna be good.
oh, you know her?
I will be there. No, 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 no. I'll just be there.
Well, it's gonna be like in half an hour. Well, he said general relativity cannot explain the gravitational effects seen in galaxies, such as their rotation. Okay, that's dark matter. Yeah, I don't have a solution for dark matter. We look, we just noticed it. I haven't gone through any of the calculations. I don't have an opinion. I haven't seen the data. I certainly haven't seen the raw data. Before I see the raw data, I really don't care. I need to see the raw data from multiple sources. I need to hear, but I need to, and then I need to think about it. I need to hear what people think, and then I need to think about it. I have barely thought about it, and I haven't seen the raw data, haven't seen any data, I haven't seen any calculation. I haven't touched this problem. As far as I'm concerned, it's the same as, every other problem, like the event horizon that they just did some transformation in the coordinate system and it went away. Like or the it could be some misunderstanding in the data. Like who knows? Like I don't know. So I don't care right now. Enough. Like I've plenty on my plate. Like I need to. Anyway, let's see. And yeah, I'm gonna be a tiny bit later. It seems making the stream took longer than it should have. I'm flexible. No problem. Okay. Nevertheless, nevertheless, What else is? Please just complete my message. I'd love to. I can't understand anything you're saying. I know that you understand. You probably understood what you were trying to say as you were writing it. I don't understand anything. I will be as quick as possible. Prawns, if you want to ask about amoral ego, we can change up the order. Any rough ETA. hmm nevertheless,
I will be there to cheerlead for you, Mr. Slave.
that would be awesome. But no, you should just be yourself. Like defend me just from personal attacks, nothing else, if you can. Okay. Look, telling me, oh my God, they're not gonna let me get through a single. Hopefully, no later than 7:30, we can Piyush it back to 8 to be safe. If any of you want more time, I'm sorry, I should have known better. It will be fun, I promise. No problem. Whatever she wants. Nevertheless, um, I don't see the point of discussing dark energy. Jesus Christ. 8. Okay, we have another hour. We're fine. Nevertheless,
7:30. That's in 30 minutes. What are you talking about?
no, 8 p.m. They moved it to 8 p.m.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
you're probably watching with a like.
Today at 1:55 a.m. That means I can figure out where you are, Mr. Slave. I
Yeah,
know
keep
your time
quiet.
zone.
Keep quiet. Best, eight, best. 8 is fine. Yeah, that's a good point that you're raising. I should change my Discord time. Yeah, it's a good
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Very dangerous. Nevertheless,
Who's
never.
gonna win in the debate? I think you're probably. I don't even know who you're debating. The Pawncess? What?
Yeah, Ponces and
The Pawn
Fox.
Yeah.
Who's gonna win? I mean, we're debating
Yeah.
communism. Um, whatever they're gonna say, I mean, the data is in.
Oh wait,
Commun.
you're debating. Are you for communism?
No, I'm anti.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's not even about ether. Okay, I'm an anarcho-capitalist, so I'm against communism too.
Hmm. Why?
Yeah. Why am I against communism?
Hmm.
It's immoral.
I'm
It
amoral.
eliminate. No, no. Communism is immoral. It's a moral ideology that destroys private property. Yeah, it's not good. It's not a good system.
But you have to prove it from first principles. You can't just assert. We're not. You're not. Like I'm talking to communists, so I have to agree. You have to build it step by step and they have to agree with every step I take. So they have to agree with the first step, and they have to agree with every step I take. And then I have to end, therefore, capitalism or free market or freedom, and therefore capitalism bad. I mean, whatever, communism bad. Then they have to, and then they're in a bind. So yeah, that's the way you have to build, the strategy. But that's the way you have to build anything. Like anything you wanna claim is true. You can't just assert, it's bad because it poops. Anyway,
So
nevertheless, what?
how would you go about how do you go about this proving that communism is immoral from
I,
first
w-
principles?
I'm amoral, so I would not even. That's not that that's not where I would go. I don't say that something is moral or immoral. I am amoral. Like for me, there is no morality. That's like
Wow.
I start from first principles. So I end with morality, but you can't start from moral. You can't assume the conclusion. You have to assume nothing. You have to assume nothing. You cannot assume anything, and then you start, and then you offer your first assumption, to which they have to agree. But and then you add more and more, like you build on that, and and like, you go, you hold their hands and you take them step by step, and they have to agree to each step, and they're going to feel from the first step exactly where I'm taking them, and they're going to resist, but they can't because it's mathematical. So can't really resist. You can resist, but it's inevitable. It's what do you call it? It's whatever, inevitable. Anyway, back to reality. Please just complete my message. Let's try and complete the message to decipher. Um, cosmic inflation. Cosmic inflation is dark energy. How could you say, like, my? I don't see the problem. GR and cosmic inflation. It's perfect. Oh right, cosmic inflation is the big part of the Big Bang. Yeah, I never gave much thought to cosmic inflation. I don't know enough about it to say anything. So in my Bing Bang, in my Bing Bang, so in the beginning there was ether. Right? Ether came into existence, and the ether started reproducing like it does right now. But in the beginning, in the Beningin, it started self-replicating, and it was vibrating as it always does. Oh, somebody's joining us.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Mr. Username.
Oh, cool. Cool. How much more longer until you're gonna have the other debate?
1 hour.
Oh, cool. Yeah, so pretty much oh, you probably know that username inside
It says username.
Yep. So I'm pretty sure you get the premise of the message that I sent, and basically I'm not proving your theory wrong or anything like that. In fact, I just want to see something where you're able to prove it. And so far, it's using general relativity and other mainstream theories.
No,
And
I don't use.
no,
No, I s-
oh that
no. I start
okay.
from. I notice that an apple falls. I start from.
Mhm.
I notice that an apple falls. That's all. From
Okay,
that,
my bad. Like I misunderstood whenever you said that you agree with general relativity.
it hap-
As far as you know, general relativity.
Yeah, it happens to be that my theory coincides.
Mhm.
It doesn't coincide. I mean, look, I noticed that an apple falls.
Yep.
From that you get Newtonian. From that from that you get SR. You get the constant speed of light. If an apple falls, to me that means there is ether. There's ether flowing. The only reason an apple can fall, the only mechanical reason I can think of that an apple is falling is there's ether flowing through the apple. Why else is the
Well,
apple falling?
you just said that you went from Newtonian physics to the speed of light. Can you elaborate
No,
on
no,
that?
no. It does.
Oh,
It
okay.
it doesn't really matter here. Let's start
Hmm.
because I don't- everything my evolution is recorded, but the way I'm telling you my evolution might not be the same as my evolution. But it doesn't matter. Here, let's go through the
I
thought.
couldn't hear the word that you're saying. Could you either
I,
repeat that or use a synonym?
my evolution or my evolution in this theory, the evolution of my theory.
Oh, okay.
So let's
Yeah, so that
yeah, go
makes
ahead.
sense. I mean, like
Hmm.
your ability to articulate your theory
Hmm.
is pretty important whenever you're trying to share it.
Of
And
course.
in fact, being able to articulate it in numerous languages, including mathematics, English being one that's important. And I feel like that's one that you're um, best in so far. And you're able to sort of geometrically demonstrate what your theory is about. But geometry is directly correlated to mathematics. And I would like to see where your theory is with that. Like, I would like to see some equations. You know,
Um, so actually, me and Gamma, um, maybe I can bring it. Maybe there's, let me see.
because right now agreeing
Mhm.
with any mainstream physics is actually pretty detrimental to your theory, since every single one has a limitation with it, and meaning every single one is illogical.
Every single one, what?
Every single theory or that you use, like for example, general relativity, Newtonian
I
physics.
don't use. I don't
Oh,
use. I don't use anything. I don't
okay,
use.
it makes sense. But whenever you explain the validity of your theory, you use these
No, I
existing
don't.
theories as a backbone
No,
to sort of
never,
act like a foundation.
never, absolutely
Never.
never.
Okay.
I always say, I am 100% compliant, and
Yes.
then I add, not because I want to be compliant, but because it's compliant. I mean, my my theory ends up predicting SRGR, quantum mechanics, dark energy. I think that's it.
Um. Would you like to? Hmm. Okay. Well, in the chat, I actually requested you to give me sort of the foundation of what makes your theory correct, and you gave some of the mainstream theories, and
What do you mean?
basically you're saying, mhm,
My theory is, quote, correct, unquote. Amber, you want to say something?
I'm sorry, what?
No.
No, no, Amber, I thought you wanted to say something. So, look, my theory you could say is correct because it explains why an apple falls, and it also explains
Okay.
SR, and it fits.
So it
Mhm.
falls because it's using an existing theory. Would you
No,
agree with that?
no,
No, no.
no. No one has
Okay,
ever
so
proposed.
yeah,
Wait,
you're using the ether, or did you say quantum foam earlier?
I mean, I used to. You could say it's space, or you can even say
You
space
so
time.
why would you say ether instead of space or quantum foam?
You could call it whatever you want, really.
Well, I mean, in yeah, that I don't think you would want to call it anything. I mean, because when you're trying to create a theory, you'd need to be strict. You need to create a concrete definition that isn't loose to interpretation.
Look, okay. I'll tell you what it is. What it seems to need to be. It needs to be a fluid. It needs to obey Gaussian
Okay.
flow. It needs to be incompressible. Yet,
So you use Gaussian flow. Can you describe how any part of it and how it's related to um space and the ether, as you so call?
well, the space is not curved. I'm completely Cartesian. I don't need to bend
Uh,
space at all.
okay. Well, can you explain how the Gaussian dynamics is related to the ether, like you say?
I mean, imagine a point in the universe. Let's vacate the universe.
A point. So, is there a point in the universe?
That's a thought experiment. We're gonna just use Gauss's theorem.
Okay.
So let's imagine the universe. Let's vacate it. Let's fill it with a liquid, with a fluid. Now the universe is filled with a fluid. Let's imagine a point in this fluid universe, and we're gonna start sucking the fluid out of the universe. We're gonna.
Let me
Mhm.
get this correct. In the fluid is the space, correct?
No, the fluid is in the space.
Okay.
First, there was
The
an empty
fluid
universe.
is in the space. What is the fluid composed of?
Water. Let's imagine just water for now.
Water? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just need the ether to behave like water. It needs to be.
So when
Mhm.
when you're done giving this example, I'd like you directly compare or show how these are related. Like the water, what is the water to in your theory? What is the point related to in your theory?
Okay, I mean, okay. So everything I'm saying is also in Leonard Susskind, I think lecture 2 or 3 in his intro to GR. He goes through this. I saw it only after I had the thought experiment in my mind. Then I heard
If you saw
him.
it, you must be well versed in it and are able to generally describe it, right? I mean, if you're creating a theory, then you're going to have to generalize a lot of information rather than key pieces of information that may be located in another place, like YouTube
I don't know. I
or a
just
book.
said. I just said everything I'm about to say is also
Can
in.
we go back to the thing that you're describing with the point? What is the point related to?
I was about to suck the water out of the universe from a single point at the center of the universe.
Okay.
And this is what Leonard Susskind does in his lecture. So
Okay.
he has a vacuum pump at the center of the universe. He fills the universe with water or the fluid, and he places a pump at the center of the universe from which he sucks out the fluid from the universe. And he looks at an imaginary sphere, and he looks at the flux, at the motion of the stream of water through that sphere.
Okay, where is the sphere in relation to the vacuum point?
No, there's no. Oh, at the center, the sphere is around. Yeah, the sphere is around the center where the vacuum pump
Okay,
is.
got it.
And what he discovers is the inverse square law. So the inverse square law, meaning the law that describes the flow of the fluid, um, the flow or the flux is relative to the
So
inverse.
what's the inverse square law for? What are you using this for? Is this
No,
like the
he
curvature of space time?
no
Is this
no.
like
I don't.
what is it?
I don't have curvature. You can throw curvature to the
No, no,
guard.
no, no, no. I mean, why are you saying the inverse square law? Like,
The
what is it
inverse
in relation to your theory?
it predicts. So if you imagine the ether is the fluid of gravity, is the fluid that creates gravity. It
Yes, I understand, but
Mhm.
what is the inverse square law for in your theory?
Oh, it fits Newtonian gravity. It fits Kepler's.
So
Mhm.
Newtonian gravity is actually not correct.
Okay.
It's illogical. It's useful. I mean, it's like computationally non-expensive. Like
Can you prove it?
you can find the answer to a specific system in the matter of no time compared to some giant simulation that you may need to like run on a computer. So it is useful, but it is incorrect. It does not describe the phenomena that we observe in the universe.
Okay, explain.
Um, what point do you want me to explain about how Newtonian
Explain.
physics?
Well, I mean, expound, explain, explicate, continue. I'm not stopping you. You gave us an assertion. It's incorrect. Why is it incorrect? How is it incorrect? How do you get to the fact that it's incorrect? Continue. Yeah, I'm listening.
Well,
You know.
uh, in if you remember from uh, I think it was middle school, it- we went over how it fails to predict the precession of Mercury's orbit. It does not account for gravitational time dilation at all,
Okay.
nor the lensing of light.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay. So
I mean there are so many other things
yeah, hold on.
that
Hold on.
okay.
That's it. That's enough. Okay. So gravitational time dilation, I've said many times I didn't write the paper yet, but if you want to go through the
Mhm.
thought experiment, gravitational time
So
dilation comes
yeah,
directly out of my ether model, whether I like it or not. Gravitational lensing, the bending of light, comes directly out of Newton's F equals ma equals gmm over r squared, but it also comes out of my ether model right away, whether I like it or not.
What about like strong gravitational fields,
But
gravitational waves?
yeah, there's no problem.
I don't see how these are necessarily related to the thought experiment that you're creating where the inverse square law arose.
Well,
And also, if
wait,
it's a
no,
fluid,
no,
then it
no,
wouldn't be
no, no,
okay.
no, no. What you're doing now is you're piling a list. You're compiling a list while not letting me respond. That's a waste of
Oh
time.
no, no, no! Please respond. I don't
So
want to do anything.
everything you mentioned is accounted for, and I probably already gave multiple lectures on the topic, but I'll gladly explain again. But I don't know enough about the precession of Mercury to comment. So I don't know enough. I don't know what that's about. I didn't
Oh,
think.
you don't need to know what the precession of Mercury is. All you need to know is that Newtonian physics failed to predict it.
Yeah, but I don't know enough because
So you
I
don't need to know a whole list. You just need to know that Newtonian physics is incorrect. It's really useful. It's
hold
really
on,
useful. Like
hold
I
on,
said, it's
hold on,
computationally
hold on,
not expensive at all.
hold
It's
on,
so easy to
hold
get. Okay,
on. You're repeating yourself. Everything you just said, A, you cut me off. Bet you steamrolling me, and C, you're
I
repeating
couldn't
yourself.
hear you. My headphones are like really
Okay,
loud. I can't hear you
try
when you're talking.
try not to repeat yourself. Like you already made all these points. These are valid points. I can
Okay, thank you.
but I can refute everything you said thus far. I can easily refute, of course, and I have refuted in all the discussions that I had. Either I had refuted, or in my mind it's refutable. But except for the precession of Mercury, I don't know enough about the precession of Mercury, so I don't know. My model might fail and completely break down because of the precession of Mercury or because of a thousand other reasons. So far, when I debate people, unfortunately, sorry for the meta, but so far, when I debate people, discuss my theory, it's like 99.99999% waste of time. They don't want to discuss the theory. They just want to discuss meta, 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 meta. So I've never discussed with anyone the precession of Mercury, unfortunately. I don't know anything about it. No one has
Well,
ever.
another problem is that people love to resort to ad hominem, like
Yeah,
trying to attack your character.
yeah,
I will not, and I hope that you won't do also to attack anybody's character. If anything needs to be attacked, is other person's logic.
yeah.
And so I'm not trying to disprove anything. I'm just trying to make it so that you prove what you believe
No,
in a way.
I wanted to disprove. I
You,
want to disprove. I want to get rid of
you want to
this.
disprove it?
Yeah, I want to get rid of it. I don't like it. It's
Well,
a
okay.
headache.
So from my point of view, I
Hmm.
want you to give enough information so that we can disprove it. Because right now, nobody can disprove it because there's nothing. There's no equations. I
Hmm.
mean, right now it's leaning on a foundation that's unstable. Like I did list off a bunch of things that Newtonian physics fails on, but you don't need to know the list. You just need to
I
know that
don't
it
care.
fails.
I don't care about
Okay.
Newtonian physics. I don't care about Newton. Newton, I can
Okay,
derive.
then why did you use it in your thought experiment?
I'm not using Newton.
You're
I,
not. Then
I'm not relying on anything. I'm starting from the fact that an apple falls. That's all I need to know. Everything.
okay, why did you bring it up whenever you were describing the vacuum with a liquid that filled the universe experiment? If you're trying to describe your theory.
If you assume ether, immediately you get the inverse square law.
If you assume ether.
If you assume
Okay,
gravitational ether, that a fluid, by flowing into the center of the earth, is dragging things along with it, and that is why the
what do you
apple.
mean? Oh, sorry. What do you
That
mean gravitational ether? If you assume gravitational ether,
if you assume my model that the universe is filled with a fluid, and this fluid is flowing right now towards the center of the earth and is moving through the apple and therefore is dragging the apple towards the center of the earth. That's the gravitational ether model.
okay, but whenever you say the gravitational um ether or the gra- gravity that's within the ether, what gravitation or what is the gravity? Like Is it
Gravity?
Newtonian physics?
No,
Is it
no, no,
Einstein's?
no, no,
Okay.
no. The fact that apples tend to fall. That's gravity.
Okay, that's an observation. I would
Yes.
like you to tell me what your prediction is, rather than an observation.
The inverse square law comes immediately out of this observation.
Okay, but that is a trait. I mean, that's not a prediction.
Then I don't know what you want.
I want a prediction. A theory of everything, as you
Okay,
know, is
so
able to predict
immediately you
things.
get you cannot have particles. All elementary particles must become waves, and therefore,
Okay, why
wait,
why
wait,
must
wait.
they become
I'll
waves?
explain. And the speed of light must be constant for all moving or stationary observers. Therefore, SR, therefore GR. So you got immediately you get SR, GR, quantum mechanics, and you get dark energy, expand like Hubble expansion. That's it. You immediately just from the fact that the apple falls. I don't need to know anything else about the universe.
Okay, well,
And black holes, no singularity. Yes, event horizon, time dilation. Yes, time dilation. Yes, length contraction. Einstein
okay.
is
So
right,
back to
and my
your
latest realization, both Einstein and Lorentz are correct.
back to your thought experiment that you created
Yeah.
whenever you're trying to explain your theory.
Hmm.
What is the vacuum, or what is the fluid? What there are so many questions because this example that you brought up, or more of like an abstract thought, what grounding does it have in reality?
The apple. I
Like, I
noticed
understand that it has the inverse square law
it.
within it, but what does that have to do with anything? Because I whenever I asked that, then you said something about Newtonian physics, which
Okay.
it went into a rabbit hole.
For the rest of this conversation, let's not say Newton, Einstein. Let's not say names. We can say SRGR and QFT. We can say black holes, dark energy. That's it. No, no more names.
But whenever I asked you to provide a foundation, you listed off the pieces of information, and I don't see a problem with bringing up the people's names, right?
I don't need anyone. I don't need anything. All I need is to know that I noticed that apples tend to fall. I don't need to know anything else. And from just from the fact that I noticed that apples fall, I have the inverse square law, QFT, SR, dark energy, black holes. Maybe there's other things I forgot. Oh,
Great. So,
I oh
you have
gra-
an apple
wait.
falling. I'd
Also,
like you to.
also,
Oh,
also, gravitational lensing, gravitational time dilation, length contraction. Yeah, maybe there's more
yeah.
items.
So
Hmm.
you
Do you need me to say one more
you
time?
say this.
I don't need anyone's name. Okay, I'm kidding. Let's go.
What?
Continue.
Okay. So I'd like you
Hmm.
to elaborate. I'd like you
Ask me
to prove
questions. Ask me
this.
no no.
So
Ask me a question. What do you want me to derive? I gave you a list of
so I want you to
things.
go from an observation. I want you to go from the observation of an apple falling
Hmm.
to gravitational lensing. And do not including any of the names, since as we said we're not including names.
Yeah, I don't need to include any names.
Oh,
Okay,
hey,
gravitational lensing is directly. So I will. I will not rely on a name. I'll just mention a name. Gravitational lensing is visible in Newton's F equals gmm over r squared. But
okay,
it's
that's a
also
name.
yeah no I'm not relying. I'm just mentioning
Okay.
this is a side note.
Well,
But
you
hold
said
on.
that you can work from the ground up. I'd love
Yeah
to see the ground up.
yeah. But it's also derivable. Side note: it's also derivable from Galilean equivalence principle, gravitational
Oh,
principle. What?
that doesn't sound like from the ground up. I see that from your slides that you have, you're able to sort of geometrically model things. So I'd like you to go from the ground up from there, if possible.
Let me just repeat
If
if I wasn't clear. This is a side note. I don't need
okay.
to rely on it. I don't know how many more times you want me to say
Oh
this
no,
as a side note. I'm not
I'm
relying.
not claiming that you do.
Okay, so it's a side note that gravitational lensing is derivable also from Newton's F equals gmm over r squared. Period. That's one side note. I'm not going to rely on it, but it's gravitational lensing is derivable from that. You don't need Einstein for that. You don't need anybody from that for that. But also another side note, gravitational lensing is derivable from, I don't need to rely on it, I'm not going to build on it. Just a side note, it's derivable also from Galilean equivalence gravitational principle thought experiment. It's a side note, I don't need it, just a side note. Okay, let's continue. All right, let's derive. You want to derive gravitational lensing
Yeah.
from just noticing that the apple falls. So if when you
Yeah, if you
notice,
need a scratch word, are you fine doing it in like paint or like just writing it out?
no, we can just talk about it. It's a
Okay.
simple,
Well,
very simple.
I feel like talking about it would lead to oversimplifications of already existing
Maybe I don't
equations.
know. Let's. No, I don't have any equation. Anyway, let's go through the thought experiment.
Wait,
How?
you don't have any equations?
No.
Uh-oh. You only are able to predict things with equations?
Okay, I'm going to explain to you gravitational lensing as a
Yeah,
phenomenon.
yeah, so I understand the explanation behind gravitational lensing, but I'm looking for how you derive it rather than an observation to an existing thing.
I'm going to derive gravitational lensing from the fact that I noticed that an apple falls. That's it. With
Okay.
words. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So I noticed that an apple falls. The only explanation I could come up with is that there is this ether fluid that seems to flow through the apple. So the
Sorry about that. I had to do something.
okay, I don't know what you're referring to. Do you want me to repeat the last
Yeah,
sentence?
just repeat that.
Okay,
The sentence.
okay. So we're going to derive gravitational lensing from the fact that I noticed that an apple falls. So I noticed an apple fall. The only explanation I have to the fact that the apple fell is that there must be some fluid that is flowing through the apple and is dragging the
Okay, so
apple.
that sounds like you're jumping from an observation to must. What makes it so that there's a must?
What's the alternative?
Is there like any proof that makes that must a must?
Yeah. So I'm
Okay, I'd
assuming,
like to see that.
okay, so I'm defining science as 100% mechanical. Therefore, if I see an apple falling, something mechanical must be causing this effect of the apple falling.
Okay. So in simple terms, this observation is happening, so something must be happening in order for this thing to be happening. Okay.
Yeah, something must be causing something mechanical.
Yeah.
There's no magic. Something mechanical must be happening to cause this thing to move, accelerate.
Mm-hmm.
Something is pushing. Because I know that usually, in order to make an apple accelerate, I need to push it with a constant force. So,
In order to make an apple accelerate, you must push it with a constant force.
I mean, in general, if I have an apple sitting on my
No,
desk,
no, 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 no. If you want an apple to accelerate,
mhm.
you not push it with a constant force. There's a difference between constant and acceleration.
What do you mean? Constant
Con-
force F equals ma. If I
no,
what? If a
no, no, no,
constant
no, no, no,
force
no, no.
causes constant acceleration, no?
No.
Assuming the
You
mass of
said
the
if you
apple,
push a if you said if you push a apple at a constant pace, then it will accelerate.
constant force. Yeah.
Yeah.
What? What do you mean? Yeah.
You
Yeah.
okay?
What? You have a question? What?
Sorry, what did you say?
Do you have a question? Can I continue? Do you want to stop? Do you want to think? Do you want
No,
to say
I
something?
don't I understand because I mean initially you said that if you push an apple at a constant pace, which then you said at a constant force. So
If you push an apple with a constant force, it accelerates at a constant rate. I usually don't say the word pace. Do you have any questions? What's going on? Where are
no,
we?
no, I'd like you to continue.
Okay. So usually, so now I'm witnessing the apple accelerate downwards at a constant acceleration. I'm assuming there is a constant force being applied to the apple, but I don't
Right.
see.
What's pushing it, or
Yeah, I-
what's causing this?
yeah, yeah. And my primal assumption, my primal definition of science is that things can only be mechanical. If I see something happening, if I see some phenomenon, it must have a mechanical explanation.
Yeah. So you just said the word assumption. Science doesn't really go hand in hand with that.
I don't care. That's my definition of science. So
Oh no 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 no! I'm not. It's all right if you don't care about that. I'm just saying that in science
I don't
we
care.
don't go off of
I don't.
assumptions.
You can do. You and whoever we is can do whatever you want, and I'll
Oh no
do.
no 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 no! I'm saying like whenever you're trying to create a theory of everything or just a theory, let alone you would like to have like mathematical rigor
I don't.
rather than
No, I
assumptions.
would not.
I mean, because whenever you're trying to present a theory to somebody, you can't go off of assumptions.
I'll do
I mean, that's
whatever.
just jumping to conclusions when science is everything but that.
Yeah, my definition of science is that I am allowed to assume whatever I want.
Oh, okay. So whenever you say that, you said my definition of science,
hmm
you can't you can't redefine something that's already been defined. You should use another word. You should make up another word or use something else.
Yeah, I'll do
Like,
whatever. I'll do whatever I feel like doing. You do whatever you feel like doing. Please don't tell me
oh
what
no
to
no no
do.
no. I'm saying like if you're wanting to be understood by people, when you're using the word science, you should be using it in a way that they already know. Like whenever you say the word science to me, you're saying it because you know that I know about it. I don't know what you're thinking inside your head. So you're not saying it for any other purpose, just to like. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So in a conversation, the purpose of words have a purpose. The purpose of words is to enable one person to transmit thoughts from his head into his debate partner's head.
Right.
So
Yep.
so that's the purpose of words. So in order,
Yeah. And so if I don't
let
know
me
a
finish.
word that you made, then
Let me
why would you say
finish.
the word in the first
Let
place?
me
Okay.
finish. So, in order for me to be able to transplant my thoughts from my head into your head, I need words, and I need to abide by certain, like, I need certain definitions. So this is how I view science. This is how I view what
You
science. Let me finish. This
okay?
is how
You need
I.
certain definitions.
uh,
Why would you be using an existing word if you're trying to create a new definition?
I'm not. I'm using.
No, but you are because you say that the word science, you have a different definition for it rather than what is known.
Look, look,
The president.
look. So I'm trying to convey. I'm trying to convey an idea to you. I'm trying to transplant an idea to you. This is called a semantic discussion, which is basically a waste of time. So
Well, it's not a waste of time because you're saying something that does not make sense. I mean, you're
hold on.
saying that
A
you
semantic
have a
a semantic discussion is a waste of time. So in your head, when I
what
say
is it is it
yeah,
a waste of time though?
yeah, a
Because
waste
if
of
you're
yeah,
trying to
yeah, yeah. It's a waste of my
explain a
time.
theory,
Yeah, it's a waste of my time.
it's a waste of your time.
Yeah,
Well, I
semantics.
don't think it
I don't
is
wait
because
in my my
because
time. No, no,
if
no.
it comes down to
Okay, okay,
semantics,
okay,
if it
okay.
comes
I'm not
down
interested. Not doing semantic discussion. Not interested. So when I say
what
science, you think of whatever you want to think. Redefine the term 1,000 times, whatever. That's the way I'm using it. I'm explaining to you. I'm defining it to you. My science is exactly as everybody else's science, except for I'm adding one more restriction. A proper scientific
and that's the
theory. Let me
assumptions.
finish. Let me finish. A proper scientific theory must be mechanical. That's the extra. Everything else everything else about science, the entire science edifice, I abide by. I'm just adding one more restriction. It's proper
Can
scientific
you elaborate
theory.
on the mechanical? What do you mean by mechanical?
Cause must be causal, must be simple. I must be able
Okay,
to visualize it. I must be able to. I must be able to build a physical contraption, a mechanical
great.
device, a computer simulation that works.
Can you do that?
I must be able.
Yes.
Must be able.
Since you must
Mhm.
be able to,
Yeah.
then you should be able to do one of those things, right?
Yeah, must, that's the definition of science. So a proper
Yes.
scientific
So I'd
theory.
like you to do something useful with this theory that you have, since, as you said, with science or predictions, you can do things with them.
I have no idea what you're saying now.
With a theory
There are no
or a
predictions.
prediction, you're
It's the
able to
same
do
thing as
things. You're able
science.
to predict things.
Oh, you're saying because of the definition of science, so you're skipping. So you're okay. So you're skipping now to the requirement of science to of proper scientific theory to be predictive.
No, I'm saying that you just said that you're able to do useful things like predict things or create a, a calculation or create a computer. Is that what you said? These things that you say that you're able to do, what in your theory makes you able to do things? I would like you to do things with your prediction.
Well, with my theory, what can I predict with my theory? You're asking.
Yes, like you said, you can make a computer or other things.
No, that's not. That's a requirement of a proper scientific theory. A requirement of a proper scientific theory is for it to be mechanical.
No, it's so that you can make a prediction.
Okay, I'm
And
redefining
yes,
science.
it does have to have a foundation of logic behind it, like we
Um,
said, math, but
I don't require
it's not
math.
mechanical.
It's
Mechanical
my
is not.
I'm redefining
It's
science.
your it's
Yeah,
your
it's my
definition.
definition. We're going
Okay.
by my definition.
So I mean, you earlier you said that you didn't like that we went to semantics, but I mean, that's kind of what it came down to.
Then I'm
Because
okay. I'm out.
if you're
I'm
redefining,
gonna. Okay,
a
okay. It's
word,
fine. It's fine. Yeah, you want to talk about another topic? I think we're done on this topic.
another topic.
Well, you don't want to debate. You want to do semantics. So you're wasting my time. Look, I thought you're going to be
Well, I
serious.
mean,
I thought you're going to
I'm not wasting
seriously.
your time. If you're
No,
if anybody's wasting time,
not semantics. We're not doing semantics.
if
We're not discussing
if
semantics.
anybody if
Not,
anybody's
Mr.
wasting
Slave,
time, it would be you, because you're saying a word whenever you know that I don't know what you're talking about, since you
I
redefined a
redefine,
word that
but
already
I
exists.
redefined it. I redefined it. What do you want me to do? I redefined it.
Then
name
why
it.
wouldn't you
Name it another
say the
name, not
definition?
science.
Why would
Name
you
it another name.
Yeah, name it another name. Like,
Fine,
you're
fine.
saying that
Here,
I'm
okay,
wasting your
okay,
time whenever you don't provide a
okay,
definition
okay, okay,
before it.
fine, okay. Instead of science, I'm gonna call it my science, Mr. Slave Science.
Your
Okay, my
Nice.
science.
science.
Okay.
We agree.
Well, I believe it is your science, and I
Yeah.
think that's what all of this theory came down to. It's your science, and I would completely agree. But there's a difference between your science and science, and that's a
Yep.
pretty big deal. And I think that's what we're all talking about here.
Okay, so we don't have
Yep.
any disagreements. You agree that according to my science, my definition of science.
I totally agree to your
Okay,
science,
all
and
right.
also, like, if
How do you? Let me ask you a
oh
question. Then let me ask you a
yeah.
question. How would you fit together my ether model with the Mercury precession?
So the thing is that I can't fit your model with
Wait,
Mercury's
so
precession,
you're
because you're
contradicting.
trying to compare, you're trying to compare science with your science. You
Yep.
can't translate the two because they're different.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
The president just said
I am the Mr. President. Doctor Mr. President.
so I mean, I'd like to see a prediction within your science.
Wait, hold on.
I'm pretty sure that if it's
Hold
within
on, hold
your
on.
science, then any
Hold on.
prediction would be
Hold
okay.
on. Hold on. Okay, so look, let's have a discussion based on my science. So according to my science, I have my ether model, my ether theory, but still
Yep.
within my science, I have all of science. I'm not contradicting science. My science is more restrictive than science.
Yes, it's really restrictive because it's restricting out
I
any
didn't
observations.
hold on. No. My science is more restrictive than science. Let's just say that my science anyway, my science is just is just more restrictive than normal science, but it doesn't contradict the existing science.
Then why is the definition different? And
It's
it
just more.
literally uses assumptions rather.
Can I ask Mr. Slave a very important paradigm?
No. I'm trying to understand. No. I'm having a discussion with username. 1 second, President.
It's irrelevant.
No, but I'm trying to have a conversation. So
Okay,
if
go
it's
on,
going to be
sir.
two of you against me, it's going to be a waste of time. And we don't have much time. We only have like 20 minutes left. Anyway, so look, within my science, I have all of science. Like all of science. Like I did. I still have with right. I still have all of science. I don't know. Right? Would you say there's
No,
any?
you don't, because you also have
Give me an
my
example.
observations.
Give me an
You have
example.
my
Give me an
observations.
example. Give me an example of any science that is not in my science. Give me one example.
Any science that is not in
Give me
your
one example.
science.
Yeah, just one example.
One example? I
Yeah.
mean, I listed off earlier.
No, just give me an example.
What do you want to look for?
Give me an example of something from science that is not in my science. Just one example.
Well, I
one
don't
example.
feel like
Just one example.
I can't really
Just one example.
deeply analyze something that has not
Just
been
one
completed yet.
example. Okay, then.
Brutal.
Okay, then as long
Slave
as
is
you, what Gamma?
You do not even have an
Slave is
equation
Wait,
for your
Gamma.
theory of everything. I
Wait,
can't disprove
Wait,
anything
username.
mathematically.
Username Gamma wants
Yep.
to say something. Gamma, what?
I said you're destroying it, Mr. Slave. Good job.
Thanks. So give me one example, Mr. Username. So okay, okay. As long as you don't have an example where known science is not included in my science, let's assume for now that my science and science are seemingly compatible. We don't see a distinction, right? For now, as long as you don't have an example where the science is not included in my science, let's just assume they're compatible, they seem to be parallel, they seem to be
It's
identical
the same thing.
identical groups. Groups or sets. They're identical sets, right? The set of
Well,
all
I don't think that's a minimum requirement. I like to
wait,
see.
hold on. Let's just assume for now that that set that's called science and that set that's called my science, they seem to be identical, right? We don't
They seem well. It's not
for
a
now.
matter about what
Well,
seems.
we
It's
don't
a
have an
matter
example,
about
but
what is.
we don't have an example, right? We don't have an example.
No, well, I can't really give an example
that's
because
fine.
you haven't made your
That's fine.
model yet. You have not made a
No,
model at all.
my science is just it's just a definition. So according to the definition of my science, and according to the definition of the science, right? As far as we know, these are two sets, and the set of all things that are in the science seems to be identical to the set of all things that is my science. We couldn't find an example. When you're
Why are
able
you
to,
using the word seem?
what do you want to say? We don't
You're
for now.
saying you're saying that they seem identical.
Yes, we don't have an
But
example.
earlier you said it's your definition, and your definition is different.
No. Okay, so there's two sets in the universe. There's the set under the definition of the science, the science, that definition, it defines a set. There is a set of
Yes,
things.
in real science, you're able to make predictions.
Yeah, whatever.
That matches
Hold
with
on. That
observations.
what?
One
Yeah,
second.
what?
1 second.
I had high hopes for username. Like I thought, wow, this guy, he's going to finally give me the cross examination that I've been looking for. Finally,
Look,
Yeah,
some.
I can't give that. I
science
can't give that.
science
I'm
is all
sorry.
about predictions and proofs in
You would
reality.
need, in order for me to
No,
debunk
we're not having a discussion right now. Right now, I'm still I'm still trying to understand, or let's continue. So there is the definition of the science, and there is a it's a set of things that is under the definition of the science. That's a set, one set, and there is another set that is my science. Now we couldn't find an example of anything. I would say that
a
is in.
set of
Let me just
things
finish.
is
Let me
science.
just finish. Let me just finish. We couldn't find anything, any item, any what do you call the items in a set? We couldn't find anything.
An item is an item in a set.
What do you call everything, that every little thing that is in a set, every item in a set,
An item.
an item?
Yes.
Okay, so we couldn't find an item that is in one set that's not also in the other. Therefore, we proved that these two sets are identical.
No,
So,
because you can find the word assumption in your definition, which does not
okay, but
exist.
okay,
Huh?
look, but I accept the science. I accept the science. Everything that the science has given us, all the experiments, I accept them. I don't have a problem with all the experiments. A
Okay, that's
priori.
fine if you accept it, but science does not accept you because you're not making any predictions, and that's
Yep.
the minimum requirement.
Yep.
I don't disagree with that definition of science. My
It's
definition
not
of
a
science.
definition, it's reality. It's not a subjective thing.
No,
Yeah,
no, the
and
word.
so
No, the
I
word.
feel
I'm
like
redefining
this discussion is a little bit too early because you have not created a model yet, and I'd like to see a model
username.
that.
Username.
Yep,
So what happens in a discussion with three people, that it's two against one. So
2 against 1.
yeah, because you two are on the same side. So if Mr. President says something, I must be able to retort. Otherwise, he's going to say
Uh,
something. I'm not going to retort. You're going to say something. I'm not. So it's not
but
going to
that's a
work.
feeling, right? That's a feeling because either you prove us wrong, we prove you wrong,
No, but
or I
he
prove you
made.
wrong,
But he if he
or I mean,
makes. But if
whatever
he
what you're
says.
saying right now is about
Yeah,
feeling rather
But
than
if
what
he,
is.
what is your definition of science? Whoever username.
no, Gamma.
My definition of science is what the definition of science is. I do not have any other definition of it. I'm not changing it at all.
Okay, Gamma. That's irrelevant. Look, Mister
No, no,
User.
he's trying to make it seem like your definition of science is wrong in some way. So I want to know what his definition of science is.
Gamma, there's another problem. There's two of them, and Mr. President just made a comment. I didn't get a chance to retort, and Mr. Username steamrolled over me, so that we cannot have a discussion like that. So that's before anything. So we
I
can't.
have nothing to do with any interruption that has
So
happened.
Mr.
Okay.
President made a comment, and I wanted to retort, and you steamrolled over me, so I couldn't retort.
Okay, you're talking about what happened rather than getting to the point. So, how about you address it rather than complaining about it?
No. So we need to get the etiquette out of the way. So it's going to be impossible. So Mr. President said something about it's not about definition. It's about reality. It's about objective reality. That science is some objective reality. That's the comment he made. So there is a word in English. It's called science. It has a definition, and I intend to change the definition. That's one of the most important impacts I intend to have on the world through my interaction through this very video right now.
Look, your
Please
physics
don't
that you
interrupt.
created may have
Please don't interrupt.
some emergent
Please,
properties
please
with it
don't
that
interrupt.
allow.
Please don't interrupt.
Um,
Please don't interrupt.
don't interrupt. You stop talking.
Please, I didn't stop talking. I'm like, hold on. So
Okay,
look,
so I won't talk next time that you stop talking.
okay. Anyway, so there is a definition, and I am introducing a new definition. We decided we'll call it my science. We're basing this discussion on my science, on the definition of my science, which is identical to science, except I'm adding one restriction. Proper scientific theory must be mechanical. Now, getting back to username's
Okay.
comment that about prediction. So I'm not changing the definition of prediction, the requirement of prediction under science. I still hold by it. So science must be proper scientific theory must be predictive. That's so that goes without saying. The only difference is that I demand a mechanical theory. No more woo-woo theories. Woo-woo theories I don't accept under my science. Now I'd like to have a
A woo-woo
discussion.
theory.
Mhm.
Please explain what a woo-woo theory is.
Non-mechanical. If it's non-mechanical, it's woo-woo.
Non-mechanical.
Mhm.
Okay, what makes you think that real science is not mechanical?
Well, then it's then there's no contradiction. Then real science and my science
Then
are
there's
identical.
no contradiction. So okay, you can have an equation or a system that leads to emergent properties that grow, that have great complexity. That is still within science. Just because your system has that, like, it's literally. Say what? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Wait, you're gay.
Huh?
You're gay.
One second. One second. What did you just say?
You're gay.
What? What did you just? What?
You're gay. No.
Who's saying this? Is this what?
You. I heard a guy
What the
talking.
fuck?
There was a guy
What's
in
You,
the.
my
you
sister?
what?
Oh, it's your sister. Oh,
You
it's a
said I'm
girl.
gay. What?
Okay, you're not
Is
gay.
this another wrong prediction?
Yeah, you're not gay. Okay. I thought I heard a guy. I thought I heard a guy in the background.
Oh my god. That's the funniest thing I have heard all month. That caught me off guard. That was the most random thing.
Okay, well, Mr. Slav, or however you pronounce your name. Yeah, I did not want to say that. So, I would like to talk to you once you make a model, yeah, that uses logic and math and everything that makes sense. So, please DM me. I am ready right now and any time in the future. Bye bye.
I had
Even
such high hopes for this guy. I thought this time it's not going to be more nonsense, more logical fallacies. I said, no, please. This time he knows. He knows his stuff. Finally, actual cross examination of my theory.
Mr. Slave, please
Mm.
tell me you're trolling, please. I beg you.
I'm gonna.
If you
I don't want to
if you're
remove you.
trolling, you
I
are
don't
the
want to.
first.
I don't want to remove you from my server. So stop referencing
Okay.
me. If you want to talk about my theories, that's fine. If you talk about me, I'll have to remove you. Stop. Anyway, I have 8 minutes before I have to go on somebody's stream. So you want to talk about something?
Okay, I will ask the question I want to ask you.
Go ahead.
I have posted it in the general.
Usually, please post it in the side chat. If a particle has no interactions with gravity, EM, weak, strong, zero coupling to anything, does it really exist? If it doesn't interact with anything
Yeah, that's it.
at all, Mr. Slave, mental gymnastics. I take everything that already exists and name it another name. Oh my god, I am genius. I just rediscovered all of science. Zero extra useful things predicted.
Yes.
Okay, so you're asking if a particle has no interaction with
Yeah.
gravity.
We can't see it at all in any form.
Zero coupling to
Any way.
anything. Does it really exist? Well, I guess not. I mean, if you're telling me that there's no way
Yeah.
to detect it, it has no interaction.
Yeah,
No.
there's no way to detect. It doesn't do anything at all to us.
Okay, then as long as we cannot detect it in any way, shape, or form, it has no impact on anything. Then yeah, it's not there. But
Yeah. Okay. So that's a metaphor on what you are trying to do. An extra layer in science itself. If it's not useful, it's like it's non-existent
hmm
in reality. That's the point.
okay, but my ether does a few things.
Yeah, that's gravity.
Well, it's
It's the
gravity.
same. It has the same predictions.
Or no, it's not like gravity. It creates gravity. It's the
Yeah,
mechanism.
it has the same outcome. Doesn't matter.
Well, it's a mechanical explanation for why there is this outcome. Like without my mechanism, you cannot have the outcome. You have woo, you have magic.
Yeah, but that's a background layer which is redundant.
No, no,
Can
no.
you do anything with a background
Okay, so
mechanism?
look, so it really depends on the definition of science. So if we go by my definition of science, proper scientific theory must be mechanical. If we assume that, then my ether is critical. If we don't assume that, I don't care. I'm not in that discussion. You can have your superposition, your entanglement, and the rest of it, and your quantum computing. Yeah, you can do whatever you want. I don't care. I'm not there. Don't care. I'm not in that discussion. You can
Yes.
assume the speed of light is a constant for no reason, have magical um, time dilation, magical length contraction. The universe wants to avoid paradoxes, have a conscious
It's not
universe. Look,
magical.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm not in that discussion. Either we have a discussion based on my definition of science, or we can say goodbye and you can come back when you want to have a discussion based on my definition of science. I'm not
But
interested. I'm not
yeah,
interested.
okay, I understand.
Yeah.
But the thing is that scientists can create technologies, for example, whatever, they can do something. It doesn't, it's like redefining science for doing nothing at all. What's the purpose? Can you do something more? It's the same thing. I can create the same thing without with an extra layer that's redundant. I can use it's like naming. You know, you take a bag of donuts and you rename them. It's the same donut, the same taste, and in your theory, the donuts have extra price. It's redundant. How can I say it?
Okay.
By the way, have you tried the Zin, the nicotine thing?
No.
No, I have gotten some. They will arrive tomorrow.
Okay.
I will get addicted.
Nice. Anyway, look, if you're happy with the current definition of science, then continue living your life as before.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't care about definitions. I care about technology and real things.
look, look. Let me just finish a sentence, and please
Yeah,
don't repeat yourself. Look,
yeah,
so if you're happy with how like the definition of science that it's not mechanical necessarily, and then continue living your life. If you're look, if you're happy with that, continue as before. I'm not telling you anything. But I was not happy with that definition. I'm unhappy with a postulate. The speed of light is constant. I don't like it. Yes, it gives amazing predictions. Yeah, but I don't like living with postulates. I like a mechanical explanation for every phenomenon. So in my universe, I
I
can.
get it. Okay, I get it.
That's it. You're you're happy living with postulates? Continue as
I just
before.
don't care. Why do you care about if the speed of light is whatever
I
it's
look. It's I don't know if I'm able to convince you. If you're happy, it's like somebody happy eating ice cream. You're happy eating ice cream. You like chocolate. I like vanilla. There's nothing I can do about it. You like the definition of science. I hate the definition of science. I love my definition of science. You don't seem to see the difference. I don't
look.
know.
I okay.
I really have to
Look.
go. No. I At this point, I have to go because I have to be on a stream.
Okay, no problem.
I think they're
Okay,
ready.
have to go also.
Okay. Thanks for visiting.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye, man. What's up, Gamma?
Isn't your debate in like 5 minutes or
No,
1 minute?
it's
It's
now.
1 minute. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no contradiction. I'm just gonna open another tab.
I see.
Let me just find it. I don't think they gave. Oh, they did. Okay, let's try and click it. Hmm. Okay, we can continue until they show up. Oh, we're
Hey,
live.
we're not
Hey.
live, but I'm just waiting on Melanie.
Oh, okay.
Doing some background stuff. How are you?
Oh, fantastic. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Let me DM Melanie. See where's that?
Mm. Oh, definitely a person is here. Oh my god. Wait, let me get the link. Copy, clean link. Debating a communist? That's me? Oh, that's StreamYard. No, that's not what I wanted to do.
Wait, do you have a different link? Did Melanie make one?
No, I'm trying to get on the YouTube. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, let me click it. I'll get the YouTube link from that. Got it. Okay, let me share it on my Discord. Gamma, you can join us. You can join the YouTube if you want. I put it in the side chat. No, I'm talking to somebody on my Discord.
Got it. I made a new thumbnail too.
Oh, a new thumbnail? I didn't see it. Oh, let me. Oh, wait. Let me. I can't see.
Snap against press in Discord in the group chat.
Oh, wait. This is the. It's giving me the. Oh, that's my Discord. I'm so confused. I have so many Discords open at the same time. So this, yeah, I'm sharing the right Discord. Okay. Oh, okay, got it. I got it. Okay.
I was catching up on some of your similar clips. How'd you find the playing with fire stream?
The what? Planet Fire?
The playing with fire.
Playing with. How did I find playing with fire?
Yeah, like just through the algorithm.
I
Just because
was.
that's where I first saw you.
That's why what?
That's where I first saw you.
Oh, by the way, you know that you swallow some of your words, like you speak a little faster, too fast for me. That I always have to ask you, like, what did you say? So you might as well try and speak a little bit slower for
I do
me.
talk really fast. Is it a mic issue at all, or it's just my
No, no, no.
talking speed? I do talk fast.
You talk fast and like you forget to pronounce like sometimes half words, and I just don't know what you're saying. It's like you. I know you said
Yeah.
something. I just don't know what.
I'll work on that. Yeah, playing with fire.
So playing with fire, I found it because I guess I was looking for dating advice for a friend, and then I fell into the manosphere, found the manosphere, and then I fell out of the manosphere. I mean, the manosphere is the most toxic place on earth on YouTube.
I mean, I guess I have a lot of issues with the red pill and stuff, so
I'm not even
I'm not
talking.
the
I'm-
biggest fan.
I'm not
yeah,
even
I know.
talking about the red pill. I'm talking about the manosphere, like the date, the pickup community, the dating community. The MRAs, like the whole thing is toxic. You really like. I had to run away. Like the only one that I'm still like watching a little bit in touch with is John's lifestyle. Forgot his name. John Anthony's lifestyle. He's like the at the end of the day, he's the most normal, the nicest guy of them all. The rest are just impossible. I mean, especially playing with fire. Playing with
I've
fire.
never heard of them. I'll check them out though.
Yeah, playing with fire is. I mean, Alex is out of his mind. Wait, you've been streaming for an hour and 50 minutes?
On anything in particular?
No, I see
No,
that.
we're not. No, we're not streaming.
Oh, I keep getting confused between me streaming you and your stream. I'm streaming you on my stream.
I'm not streaming yet.
Oh, okay. So are we waiting for her? Are we waiting for the intro for the something?
We're waiting for Melanie because yeah, they're supposed to be here. Not sure what the holdup is.
We can start discussing stuff. I mean, it doesn't have to be like a formal debate. I'm sure very.
True, honestly, I don't even really totally understand the topic, so maybe you can educate me a little bit before Melanie joins.
On what topic? Communism, amoral egoism.
Well, yeah, more the latter. Because I know a little. I know about communism. Never heard that latter term.
Wait, but that's not me in the poster. That's not me.
I know, it's just a funny thumbnail.
No, okay.
I said send me something. I'll replace it.
I don't have
when I actually
anything.
get something.
You can just take something from last night. What's her name? The Raging Tomato. Take hers. She has my. She took something, or you can just go. Can you take it from one of the videos? Like take
I was
it.
looking at some previous one. It's kind of low quality. That's the thing. If I just steal it, it's all dependent on the person's camera.
No, but you.
And so no offense, the US is not the best. So
I don't have anything. I basically deleted that part of my history.
no worries.
Yeah.
Do you still ever go in camp with the mask, or is that you just do the avatar now?
Yeah, I just do the avatar. I don't do the mask. The mask was when I needed to be like if I was with someone in the same room, like with Nicole, or I think it was just with Nicole, or sometimes after I was still camming, but yeah, I stopped. It hurts my nose. I mean, if you look at the image, I mean, there's always pressure on the nose. And
Can you probably get like a nicer mask where it's like has a built-in like room for that? I don't know.
Yeah,
Not
maybe.
that you necessarily need to invest into it, but
Yeah, but don't forget, like in the summer, it's really hot and uncomfortable, and if you're wearing glasses, it's gonna fog your glasses. It's there's no reason. I don't need it. I mean, for what? I mean, what am I gonna? I'm trying to hide my face. So what's the point of camming in order to hide the face?
well, I know I'm just being selfish as a streamer. Well, I always cam up, but I don't have too much to hide. But it just makes it for a little bit more visually interesting
But
stream.
like when I watch a YouTuber, I'd rather not see their face. Unless it's a chick. If it's a hot chick, I need to see her face. If it's a dude, I'd rather not see their face. Like, why? I don't like dudes. I like
I
chicks.
think you're in the more minority there. I think most people, what either you like, because well, YouTube you have the option because you don't have to look at it, but I think people mostly want to see something to look at.
So I share my screen. I always share my screen. I'm always
I'm the
sharing.
same. If you like, I don't like. I'm not done a scientific study, but I bet if you look at all the panels where they have people on camera, probably do better in general.
Okay.
It's not a huge thing. I think it makes a small difference.
Mm. Okay.
And
So,
Melanie doesn't cam up too, but she has like a weird avatar thing.
wait. So, what did you want to ask me? You said maybe we can talk about something like about communism, Marxism, or about amoral egoism, which is my philosophy.
Oh, Melanie's here, so let me
Okay.
add Melanie.
Melanin.
Hey, you're muted, by the way. We're not streaming yet. Melanie.
Hello,
Can you
I
hear us?
think I'm streaming. I'm trying to get the window up for my streamers, but not into my virtual cam. Like that, yeah, perfect.
Also, I don't know if you want to do it, but you could just stream from my StreamYard if you want to.
You could just not complicate things right now. I already know what I'm doing.
Okay.
You fucking jerk. I'm just kidding.
I just think that'd be easier.
And so I take that. Properties.
And so it has come to pass.
What
Are you
has?
streaming
What
right
is
now?
past?
Can you say it
Or
has
not yet?
come to pass?
What is past?
What is the past?
What has passed?
No, you just said something that reminded me of a line from South Park, the movie. So it has come to
Okay.
pass. That's a line from the devil. So
I guess asking you, Princess, how to hide this from my OBS virtual cam is pointless, right?
I'm you're trying to hide StreamYard?
I'm trying to hide, your StreamYard in my OBS.
Wouldn't you just hide the browser source? Oh, the one reason I
Well,
don't
no, I want to show it to my stream, but I don't want it to. I don't mind appearing twice, but I don't want this appearing twice.
there's not a great way to do that, unfortunately. That's why it's kind of really annoying to use OBS and
There
StreamYard.
is. I found it before.
I'm sure there is a way. I can't think right now.
by the way, is my like could you show the second line, like the subtitle of my avatar, Mr. Slave? Does it say underneath?
I think I can add that 1 second.
Oh yeah, it shows my YouTube. That's good.
Yeah.
And if you can make sure that it doesn't go away during the stream, because sometimes I forget people's names and I don't know how to refer to them. Like I have
I'm
problems.
definitely try my best. I'm not an expert in StreamYard, but I'm pretty technically proficient, so I'll figure it out.
Okay.
That's how I am right now. I'm gonna figure it out.
So are we
Can you
going
figure
to
out in 2 minutes?
be here for like
Yeah,
9
sure.
hours?
However long you want to go, we can go.
Yeah, 9 hours is good.
I'd like to keep under 3, but that's just me.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we can see if Jake's up or something, or
Also,
we
Torch is going
try
to
to
start a
still
stream in an hour.
Okay.
I don't know if I'll.
About that,
I mean, if it's going to be really interesting, I'll survive 3. Hopefully, I'm not going to have an issue. I don't expect to collapse midway through.
Okay.
Melanie, can you start in 1 minute by chance?
We're
How could I
what by
preview
chance? What?
scene? Oh, I figured out
I'll
how to
start
do
the
it.
stream at 7:15 my time, which is in a minute.
Okay.
Okay, virtual camera needs to be restarted to apply these changes. I'm still there. What's my virtual cam scene? So I actually want to be. Okay, so what I'll do actually
Okay.
is I'll change it to scene instead. I got it. Haha, I'm a genius.
Also, yeah, you can't yell at me now because you were late this time.
Oh my god, it works.
Okay, you're good?
Hello, folks. Okay, I just gotta write some text and then I'll be ready to go.
There's gonna be a minute long intro timer, so if we get started, that's cool.
Okay. Hurry up.
You got 30 seconds. I'm gonna start it. All right, let me cam up. I'm all good. Handsome as usual.
No, I want to.
All right, I'm gonna take you all off. Introduce myself. I won't go too long, and I'm gonna bring
You're
out
so
you off.
selfish. It's very selfish.
And we'll go right into the debate. Hey, it's my stream, so. And also, I'm only on camera technically. We're gonna get. I hope you're all ready because I'm starting this right about now.
Hmm.
All right, intro ready. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Okay, welcome to the stream. I've got a couple debaters waiting backstage. I also kept y'all waiting for quite a bit, so I'm not going to do a big long intro. I just want to say thank you for joining us for this contentious intellectual debate today. We touching on topics like communism and egocentrism, something like that. I forget. I don't even know what that word means. I'm going to figure it out today, though. Let's see. Thanks for coming to the stream. If you're all watching this, please do hit the like button. Apparently, that's really important for the algorithm. So help me out. Hit the like button. I'm going to call it multiple times for that. But for those that are already here, thanks for the 10 viewers that are already with us. Please do that. Help me out. I'm sure you're already subbed. If you're not, please do that. Yeah, I'm a huge fan. Eric W. Don't make me ban you from the chat, please. That word's going to be a new no word. So if you say that too many times, you will get timed out or just banned. So don't do it. Let's have a respectful platform. We want to welcome back here. Without further ado, I want to introduce our guests. I'm going to say Melanie for last because you've been on the stream multiple times. I'm going to introduce one of our debaters today. Hello. How are you?
Okay. How are you?
I know we've recently met, but can you please introduce yourself to myself and to the stream?
Yes. So I am Mr. Slave. I have a channel and Discord, And I used to, like in the past year, do like a lot of debates in general: philosophy, philosophy of science, philosophy of logic, philosophy of math, philosophy of debating. And 4 months ago, I had a debate with someone about determinism for 5 hours. And I ended up rethinking the definition of science. Since then, I've been doing physics. And that's it.
Interesting. Yeah, we've had some interesting combos on determinism and free will. Maybe we can touch on that another day because yeah, that's definitely another wormhole, another rabbit hole we can go down. That definitely I can talk about for another 6 hours. But today, that's not the topic of discussion. One question, and you don't have to answer this if you're not comfortable, but I'm just curious: are you kind of bringing any credentials or background or education that you're kind of pulling from, or is this more like topics you're just interested in as a hobby?
I
And again, if
usually,
you don't want to answer that in full detail, that's totally fine.
yeah, I mean, I don't want to contaminate my theory and my debate. I'm interested in the truth because I find that like it gives me joy to discover the truth. And I don't want the debates to be about me. I want them to be about, I really want to discover the truth. So I just don't want to contaminate it with any knowledge about me. So I'd rather not say anything about me.
Fair enough. And Eric W. say it's behavior like that that's going to get you banned. For now, you've been timed out for 24 hours. So later, see you around. Let's bring back our other debater for the evening. Thank you for introducing yourself. Let me bring who you're going to be debating this evening. Y'all, I think, met a little bit yesterday on the Raging Tomatoes panel. We had some contentions there, but I think we're going to dive into them, dissect them in more depth in today's stream. Welcome, Melanie.
Hi, I'm the hamster, aka Melanie Cosmic Fox, aka the Furby. And welcome to the first episode of Go to Debates, where we debate things maybe a bit differently, but we try to focus on the debate more than anything. That's the meat of the conversation. So I thank you so much, Process, for being here. If you haven't heard of Process before, he has a YouTube channel at The Process. You can find his link in the description. Mr. Slave, you still have an opportunity to send me a link to anything you want me to link to in the description. But if not, I hope we'll see you around here again. And thank you for coming tonight. How are you this evening?
Fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sure we'll have plenty interesting, productive discussions.
I'm going to fix my pronouns because I was just joking a bit last night. Oh, and I got to do it differently.
And I'm going to go to you to introduce kind of the topics, but before that, why don't I kind of stipulate kind of my moderation rules first, if that sounds good.
Yeah.
We're going to go into the topics, but just I'm going to be a little hands off for this debate. Again, this is my only third time moderating, kind of learning as I go. I do think I'm good at it, but I'm a little bit hands off. I'm really only going to intervene if the debaters keep interrupting or over talking each other. At that point where it kind of disrupts the dialogue and communication. If the debaters refuse to respond to any direct questions, I might step in as well. If the debaters are gish galloping, by that I mean overwhelming with too many points or maybe taking too much of the verbal bandwidth, I will intervene. And lastly, if there's any overuse of ad hominems, insults, or personal attacks, I will definitely cut that off as well. And lastly, if there are any other rules I did not mention, you can also just reach out and just call out for moderation if needed. I don't think that will be needed, but if it gets kind of bloody, feel free to call out. Now, any questions about that?
No, not really. I mean, we could discuss. I have done discussions about the theory of debate. So I can talk forever about what is a debate, but fine.
So this is embarrassing. Thank God Process is streaming too. I muted my desktop audio by accident this whole time. Process, you were just explaining the rules that you're going to enforce, and I'm sorry to ask you this, but for the sake of the audience on my side, who I don't even know how many are there yet, could you please state those rules again?
Yeah, no worries. No, very professional stream, high production values. Let me just repeat this, and I'll be a little bit quicker this time. So, hands off. I'm only going to step in if the debaters keep interrupting or over talking each other. If they refuse to respond to direct questions. If one of the debaters is overwhelming the other with too many points, gish galloping, or kind of taking up too much of the verbal space. If the debaters use too many ad hominems, insults, or personal attacks, I'll jump in. And also, you can have like a kind of a call the moderator card where if you want me to step in, just let me know and I'll also get involved. Yeah, there we go.
I also might say I reclaim my time sometime. So I'm just going to open up with a question. I wasn't planning to do intros. Mr. Slave, did you have an and sorry, I'm going to open up a question, Mr. Slave, if you don't have an intro because I did not prepare one. Do you have an intro though? If
No,
you want.
no.
Okay. So could you describe with however much detail you'd like how you think communism killed X number of people, and feel free to tell us how many people you think it ultimately killed.
That's a very good question, but it's not just that's just one parameter of this equation. How many people it killed? You can ask another question: how many people did it give birth to? Like, so it's. I mean, you have to understand that it's just a metric. When we say communism killed or that killed, he killed, that killed. Well, it's just a metric to give you a feeling about the system. So I'm not even sure that's a good metric, but we could discuss this specific metric. There's like another metric that I prefer to use that is in general there is an immigration pressure from communist countries into non-communist countries, which means people vote with their feet as to their preference. So people just apparently hate communism and they love capitalism. No matter what you think they say, what you hear they say, it doesn't matter. People vote with their feet. People or with with immigration pressure, because usually they can't leave. Like people can't leave North Korea, so we cannot measure the immigration from North Korea. But we know that there is pressure to leave because they're trapped. As soon as they cross the border, they get shot. So that gives you an indication. People who want to leave, it's always been like this. People who try to leave Stalin's communism were shot when they tried to leave or stuff like that, and the same in North Korea. So in general, people try to run away, and that's why they're always kept as if in a prison in communism, and they try to run away towards capitalism. Capitalism usually tries to block people from entering. That's how bad the imbalance is. People just love capitalism and they just hate communism. So I think that is the most, I would say, important metric to measure when we really want to think about communism versus capitalism. So it's not just how many people died, it's the fact that people hate it. And the only way to have communism apparently is to enforce it on them, is to shove it down their throats against their will. So right, right, when we're asking, like, why are we asking how many people died under communism? We're trying to get a feel, right? At the end of the day, we want to get a feel. I mean, should we promote communism or should we promote capitalism? Like, which is better? Well, wherever it's been tried thus far, the more communism you have, the more people try to run away from it, and the more you have to enclose them at gunpoint. And the more people try capitalism, the more you have to put guards around your country to prevent people from entering because they want to enter so much. Right? And that's my feeling about communism versus capitalism. Communism is basically the end of civilization. It's North Korea. To me, communism at the end of the day is North Korea. And that's the end of civilization. It's just the end. And capitalism, that's that's basically freedom, and that's living, eating well, living well, driving well, plenty of parking, no traffic, great job and stuff like that. So That's the most important thing. So, but if you want to talk about how many people died under communism, as far as I know, people died. People like how many people die in North Korea? Well, uh, well, right. Well, statistically speaking, as many people die in North Korea as are born, as long as if the population is maintained a constant, so that there must be that balance. But that's probably the balance everywhere in the world. Basically, I mean, basically, the population is held at a constant. So I don't even know if that's like a good metric. But again, if you want to discuss it, so like when communism took over, I think.
I just want to check in, Mel, because
Mhm.
Oh, I
Slate's been
told
going
him
on
he
for a
he
while.
could
Do you
do
want
if
to
he
respond?
wants. Yeah, were you
Okay.
gonna were you waiting for me to respond, Mr. Slave, or were you just gonna wrap that up at some point?
So I mean, you can always interrupt me. That's what I like. The way I like debating is you can always interrupt me, and if it's okay, I'd like to always interrupt you. But that's not critical. But certainly, you may always interrupt me whenever you want to like ask me, contradict me, whatever. I'd rather it be a ping pong. I think it's the best way to debate, but it's up to you. So you
Okay, I guess I did come up with some questions along the way.
okay?
So since we're here,
Sure.
you said communism has to be enforced, and there's two ways I can go about that. I can first point out that I don't think that's all communism. In fact, Marx believed that capitalism would naturally turn from socialism into communism, just kind of through like its natural evolution. So, if we follow that, then that doesn't sound like it needs to be enforced any more than capitalism is, maybe. That's disputable. But what isn't disputable in my mind is that capitalism needs to be enforced. In fact, I see a lot of policing and stuff like that done to make sure like a status quo is maintained, profits are maintained, people can't really protest, like the logistics of things, and maybe that helps us, keep people fed and stuff. But that, like, you got to admit, like, the police enforce a lot of capitalism's functionality at the end of the day, right?
The police is a socialist phenomenon. So if you don't like the police, we're not gonna disagree. I hate the police. When I see the police, I wanna, I'm not. I don't want to even end the sentence. Like I just don't like the police. So I'd
But
rather. I'd always.
well, can
I'd
we be
always.
honest though? Like,
I.
if any of these systems is going to enforce, it's going to kind of look like the police, right?
I don't know what you mean. What?
Well, I mean, enforcement, like, you often need like some sort of strong arm of the state to enforce your policies. Is that, like, you know what I mean? And so I forget what the example would be in Stalinism or Maoism at the moment, but they had ways of enforcing these things that wasn't just, you know, self enforcement.
You know. I don't know. Really, I don't know history. I don't know
I'm terrible at it, so it's
Yeah,
fine.
so I don't know what went on. I don't even know if we know what went on inside the Soviet Union. Like,
Well, allow me to look it up.
no, I mean,
Well, so
it,
as moderator, you can call it to me, and I can do some live fact checking, so you guys can keep having the discussion without kind of going off rails. I can do the fact checking.
Sure, yeah, if we can look up who enforced communist policies under Stalin and Mao, that'd be very helpful.
but
I know like the USSR definitely had like a militant way of enforcing these things, and I think we can agree that like the authoritarian aspect of communism is bad, right?
I mean, look, I think we should discuss like I would say first principles. So
Really.
yeah, I mean, like we didn't really define communism. We didn't define capitalism. So like
Sure.
yeah.
Okay, you mean like first principles under, I thought you meant physics.
Yeah, we could do that too. So,
No, we'll save that for maybe a little bit of a teaser after absolute amoral egoism,
okay.
or maybe you can tie it in. That'll surprise me. But anyways,
No.
so do you know what Marx believes?
Uh, why is it important what Marx believed? Why is it
Well, it's
relevant?
well, it's very important because Marxist communism differs from Stalinism and Maoism in many ways.
I, I, w- I'd rather not. That would not be discussing from first principles. So, from first principles, like the way I like it is, why don't you present me with your communism, and I might fall in love with it and agree that, you know what, I'm going to abandon capitalism and my amoral egoism, and I'm going to become Melanie communist. So just tell me what your communism is. I don't want to. Let's not refer to anyone. Not Lenin, Stalin, Marx, Mao. None of them. But I don't know what they said. I don't know if they said they meant what they said. I don't know what they implemented. If it was by mistake, by proxy. There's too many unknowns. So it's going to be a waste of time. We're going to be looking up the whole night, and it's purposeless because at the end of the day, I right, you have some notion of communism in your mind that you feel is heaven on earth, and I have a notion in my mind that communism is literally hell on earth. So why don't you tell me what you have in your mind that is that heaven? Try to transplant that heavenly notion into my mind. I might agree. And
Can I make a proposal?
excuse me.
If I
Can
may, I
Go
just
ahead.
I just want to remind, and just because Pran says this is our first time encountering maybe a need for a redirect, that when what I proposed to you in chat, and you even checkmarked, was that with what I'm trying to address tonight is what I see as some misinformation you said on a recent panel, that communism has killed a lot of people. And I'm just trying to address that directly. Are you willing to at least concede that you're not sure if how many people communism killed, and if it even was directly communism or other factors? So that way, then, and if you are, then I am willing to move on. If not, I think we need to continue picking apart what you think communism is versus, like, right now I'm defending Marxism because I think that there are other forms of communism that don't need to even have the problems that Stalinism or Maoism had.
Now I'm thoroughly confused. So I don't know. Like you said, Marxism, whatever that is. So Marx wrote a book, and he wrote a manifesto.
Karl
How?
Marx wrote several with Frederick Engels. Yeah.
What? What did you say?
Sorry. I'm going to make my proposal. I think we should hone in on a specific topic, something like communism leads like to more harm or good, and then I think we can debate that. I think that'd be more fruitful. I'm open minded here.
Well, Melanie offered me to concede. No, I don't even know what she just asked me to do. She said we can concede that communism killed or didn't kill,
Well,
but
would you concede that you're just not sure and exactly how it worked? Because my contention would be that it's less communism as as like a first principles thing, which I don't think you've defined yet either. Um, versus many other factors. Lysenkoism was one of them, just a belief in a false science that led to crop failure, but also like the way they managed people and nomadic persons who had cattle grazing across the lands and restricted their movement, which doesn't need to be a communist policy in my mind. Um, we can get there through this discussion, but if you want to admit that maybe communism might have been like one of the lesser ingredients, and it's more like even like just the Stalinism or the Maoism and their way of doing things, then I'd be more inclined to agree with you
agree with me that what?
that Stalinism and Maoism more so than communism as a whole is what killed people.
Look, so as far as I know, wherever communism has been tried, it led to death and suffering. And the more communism was tried, just the more death and suffering and destruction it caused. So what do you want me to concede? I don't know. What do you want me to concede? That's the, of the little history that I know, of the little history that I watch, of the little history that I talk to people, of all the history that I know, which is very little. I know these facts. and I see it before my eyes. I see today we have North Korea. It's not like I need, we see North Korea,
Not
right?
communist.
It's not
Sorry,
communist.
I just want to jump in because I feel like we're kind of going all over the place, and we need a particular topic. And I feel like we're kind of honing in on a topic. I just want to
Yeah, I just want to
specify
ask.
in particular. Go
No,
ahead,
but with
Mel.
death and suffering, do you think like famine is a proper like line to delineate? Like if this communism didn't lead to famine, then it's probably it might not be horrible because like you're making it out to be.
Wait, what? What? Repeat.
Let me just get this in. I think we should, and I think I'll both agree here. I think the topic we're kind of already addressing is whether communism leads to more harm or no good. Can we all agree that's kind of what we want to discuss?
Sort of. I
But
think I can just.
Melanie wants to discuss something a little bit different. She wants to discuss a comment that I made, a very specific comment that people always make, and I understand that she wants to shake this comment away from communism and Marxism. She wants to get rid of it, and I will not relent. It will.
Well, like I'm just saying, it seems more accurate if you apply it to Stalinism and Maoism. You would be more correct if you said that about Stalinism and Maoism, less about like general communism.
Look, I'm saying North Korea, and you're saying that's not communism. Then it's the
Which North Korean policy is communist? Because doesn't like for one thing, workers owning the means of production. Does the leader Kim Jong-un not own pretty much everything in North Korea? I'm pretty sure he does.
Okay, so I don't know a lot about North Korea. The little that I know about North Korea is, from a chick that escaped from North Korea, and she talks. I listened to her talk about North Korea for probably a couple of hours. And there's a guy that wrote a book, Michael Malice wrote a book about, it's called Dear Leader, about North Korea. So I've listened to him for hours and hours. So, and there's very little information about North Korea. I used to be a communist. I already prepared my application to move to North Korea. So, I know a little bit about that. So, from the little that I know about North Korea, it's a communist state. So if you don't think that's communism, okay, then I don't. Then maybe we have a problem with definitions. I don't know.
What about Vietnam, which is maybe more still on the socialist side, but it's very democratic.
Wait,
There still has issues, but
wait.
it's actually not. People aren't suffering there.
Wait, Vietnam today?
Yeah, there's a communist on YouTube called Luna Oi.
I don't know.
She talks about how
I don't know
Vietnam
anything.
is.
I don't know anything about Vietnam. I know a little bit about North Korea. So
What it seems to me is that the more democratic, or at least the less authoritarian communism can be, the less prone it is to these kind of things. Because it's really the authoritarianism of communism trying to control crop yields and stuff like that. And that over management that led to these failures, less so the ideas of communism itself. We don't want authoritarian communism. That's where we seem to agree.
But see, what I think usually, the fact is that everywhere, look, if it were to be the exception, that wherever communism was tried, if the exception was, it usually succeeded, but in certain cases, or in one case, it failed and led to harm. Okay, but no, as far as I know, it always led to terrible consequences. Always. And the more they tried communism, the more it led to even more terrible consequences, up to the point that people try to run away. And the only way you can continue is if you switch to a dictatorship, a ruthless dictatorship like North Korea. That's the way it is. It's because the more you try, the more people just try to run away. And that's why North Korea is the way it is. That's the mechanism.
Do you know what most dictators need to be like truly successful? It's not communism, by the way.
What?
It's effective propaganda. and that was a big theme during Stalin and Mao is they had a very effective propaganda machine. The biggest key difference in my mind between Marx and the communist regimes that you're citing is that all those regimes are highly centralized forms of communism. Marxist communists, by the way, there's never really been a Marxist communist state, and none of us really want that kind of. We want a decentralized internationalist kind of regime, and that's what like I'm saying. If we have to go through communism, I do want us to go through Marxist communism more than anything. Definitely not Stalinism or Maoism.
All right. So tell me about your personal implementation of your communism.
I'm not sure if we're there that because, like I said, I'm defending Marxism on the principle that you're wrong in general about communism. I'm not a
I
Marxist. I'm
gave
opposed to
you
communism.
look. You want to debate the empirics. I told you that's the information I have. What do you? The information I have is
Well,
the
are you admitting? Can you admit that maybe the information you have might be limited, and that there is possibly more information out there that not all communism is inherently bad?
presented.
Well, I already cited Vietnam. I also point out that Marxism looks for much different things than what people like Mao or Stalin achieved that
Hold
led to
on.
dictatorships.
Wait. So wait, you're saying Vietnam is communism that people are
It's
happy with?
it's democratic socialism, but it's enough far enough left. Like it's a very hard version of democratic socialism, so you can almost call it communism. People, anti-communists would definitely call it communist.
I honestly don't know anything about Vietnam, so I have
Okay,
nothing to say. Like people
so can you take
say,
my word for?
Well, assuming Melanie's speaking the truth, how would that make you feel?
absolutely not, because I know the strategy, the tactics of of the communists. So when a country does well, they call it, yeah, it's a communist country, and when it flops and self destructs, they say, well, it's capitalist. That's all they do. They really play word games. So like for years I kept hearing that the Scandinavian countries, oh, that's communism, and they're doing really well with communism. That's complete
Well, I can
nonsense.
demonstrate that various capitalist countries have put embargoes on Vietnam that limits their ability to do international trade.
No. Look, I don't know anything about Vietnam. Vietnam could be an outlier. It wouldn't refute my contention that as far as I
Well,
know, go ahead.
I don't think it's just an outlier. Like I've already, that's why I didn't just point out to you like a single example. I also point out to you that a well-known communist philosopher has, called for things that are way different than Stalinism and Maoism. I mentioned two things that we don't want to be a nationalist. We want to be internationalistic, and we don't want centralization. The third thing is currently escaping me, but I can go grab it real quick. But I want to be upfront with you with saying that if you are afraid of these things, then you should be a Marxist because that's actually the things that remedy what you're worried about, the over authoritarianism and the over management of things like crops and stuff like that that leads to the suffering and death of many people.
Okay, so you want to switch now to a discussion on first principles?
Yeah, could you lie at what you think the first principles of communism are?
I mean, let's agree to define communism. Right, let's define communism together. So I can, if you want, I'll start with some notion. So in communism, for example, right, look, so I would say I would say that communism, right, the word community, it's a nice name, but that maybe has really nothing to do with communism, except for communal. Well, I don't know. Anyway, I would say that the most important, if you want people to live at a high standard, at a high quality of life, then according to the science that I'm familiar with, you want to give them economic freedom. The more economic freedom you give people, the higher the quality of life they're going to have. This is the science that I'm familiar with. And the less economic freedom, the more restrictive economics, the more you're going to restrict the economic freedom of people, the poorer they're going to be, and the more ultimately they're going to suffer, and ultimately they're going to run away, and ultimately you're going to have to create walls around them and use
You're kind of
guns.
losing me. I don't understand how any of these are first principles.
Okay, so I'm saying that the word, right, communism is just a word. The word communism, maybe it has a definition like from the root community, communal, whatever. I'm saying that that's not, I don't think that's at the crux of our discussion. At the crux of our discussion, I would suggest, is economic freedom. And what the science that I know is, the more economic freedom you give people, the higher the quality of life they will attain. And the less economic freedom, the more you're going to restrict them, the poorer, the less economic quality, the less quality of life they're going to attain. And the less
Okay,
and
so
the
yeah, can we talk
Mhm.
about that for a second?
Yeah. Hmm.
So what's economic kind of systems do we use to either provide or limit economic freedom in your mind?
I don't. That's not important.
Well, it kind of does because
Not
I
to
want
me.
to see
It's
I
not
want
to
to see
me.
what kind of Marxism it would apply to, if it's both
It's
like Marxism and the other types or one or
it,
the other.
it's not important to me what you call economic systems. I only look at basically one parameter. When I look at countries, if you ask me, can I predict the quality of life in country X, I would just ask you, where is it located on the economic freedom scale, planetary wise? And wherever it is placing on the economic freedom scale, that's going to be correlated where it is placed on the personal economic quality of life that each individual has. That's the science, that's the empirics that I'm familiar with. And that's really the only parameter that I look at. So, whatever economic system, whatever you call economic systems, I don't know what those are, but whatever you want them, however you define them, I honestly don't care, except for how economically free are the individuals. That's all I care about. The more
So what does an economically free individual look like?
well, the more economically free an individual is, the more he's free to practice whatever he wants in terms of economics. So he can sell his body, his time, his organs. He can do
Okay,
whatever he wants, at least with
descriptive.
himself. Yeah, at least with himself, themselves, herself.
May I offer you some interesting information about communism? Particularly us Marxists, we want workers to seize the means of production, which means that they would own the things that produce the goods that we would, in a financial system, buy and sell. Um, Mind you, I'm a post-communist, so we'll get to that. But with that, doesn't that sound like you have more economic freedom? Like you're not only a small business owner, but you also own all the machines that make stuff like that. You don't have to lease it from some other third party company that distributes it or anything like that. If you make it, you own the stuff that makes it.
Hold on. By the way, there's background noise. Like I can
Is
hear.
there?
I think so. There's some. Now it's gone.
Hmm.
Yeah. So it was you.
I
Yeah.
didn't hear anything weird.
Well. Yeah.
That's strange.
Yeah. I hear it again.
Yeah,
Just
I
like
agree with Torcha. This needs structure because no, I'm okay with like you taking the reins, but I think we
why?
need actual topics that we're like debating. Otherwise, this is kind of boring.
Okay.
I mean, what do
Like
you
this
mean?
whole time we have been debating the topic you said, which is that communism either leads to good or bad outcomes. And I'm arguing it can lead to good outcomes, and he's arguing it can only lead to bad outcomes.
Yeah, I'm very happy with the progress of this discussion. If Torsia is unhappy, then I don't know what to say. I mean, Torsia is
I'm not unhappy. I want to give it a little bit more structure, if that's okay.
you
Okay, then
you
give it more
you
structure.
you can throw a piece of meat and have us fight over it. I'm sure people will enjoy that more.
Well, like for example, like when I gave that topic, you guys have been like, "Yes, that's the topic. Let's do that." Instead, you're like, "I don't know. Let's figure out
Well,
So,
because
like,
I think we're already doing that in a sense, but we're going like I'm trying to get out of him what the first principles are,
Right.
and then I made an argument about what I like that along the lines of first principles that I think Marxism would actually be better for that. Because in capitalism, private property excludes people from having that form of economic freedom.
Look, I think we're making good headways in this discussion. We're going from the very general to the very specific. We're getting now to definitions, to first principles, to the science. We tried a little bit of the empirics, and we just, what I think it's a good debate. I think that a good intellectual would enjoy this discussion. I think we're
Hey,
covering.
Torsha, come up here and moderate for us then, because Prances, he's not doing it for us.
Jesus Christ.
I'm adapting. I told you it was hands off at first. I'm seeing how that goes. We're now at 45 minutes in.
The hands
And I'm
off.
still okay with it.
The hands off is good. You're doing actually the best job. If Torsha is unhappy, she can enter the discussion and use a bat to bash our heads in. That's fine. If that's going to make good content, I don't have a problem with that.
Can I introduce? Okay, until she comes up. So no,
well,
you
someone
want
is Tiki Tac is backstage. If we want to allow that.
Why are you handing out like? Oh my god! I didn't say this was open.
I only gave out links to particular people like Ghosty and I think they're
Okay, Ghosty's cool.
Good faith
but, like,
debaters. Yeah.
You should have. Can you next time? Can we clear that by each other and just at least in the group DM in case any conflicts arise? I just want to avoid that ahead of time.
That's totally fine. So I think you'll like Tiki Tac was also in that good faith free will discussion. So.
Yeah, Tiki Tac. If you have certain questions you want to ask, stuff like that, we can give it a try. Like actually, instead of doing like open debaters, open moderators, and stuff like that. And we can.
I only bumped it up because you guys invited Torsha up, so I was like, there's people that want to join if they want to.
Yeah, sure. And at some point, you might have to leave, and maybe some other people can take over. So yeah, let's bring on Tiki Tac. We will. I think we can also request that the moderators tone it down, and that's just fair. Other than that,
look, Prawn, you can also, if you disagree, say something. If you want to wake us up. I'm very focused. I mean, for me, this is a good chess game. I mean, Melanie's doing a good job. Like, she's defending her position. She's attacking well. The fact that we're being quiet, we're just quiet chess players. But this is a very intense chess game. I'm not having any.
Quiet. Like here's like a Steelman version of the feedback. I think maybe a little bit more explicit of like here's what we're talking about right now. It's like we are doing that unofficially. We're like now we're talking about the definitions. I would like that to be more explicit. So like now we're talking about defining communism. We're going to be doing that for the next period of time.
I think we're still talking about first principles either because I wanted to inject one.
Or first principles
that comes from Marxism. Which is it actually comes from all communisms, which is class struggle. The idea, like, do you agree in general that in history there's been a class struggle between kind of like the rich, the landowners, however you want to think it, the bourgeoisie is how they'd put it, and the not so rich, the proletariat, which also had like their own kind of divisions within them, but still the majority proletariat, the class that is kept away from things like land ownership and running financial institutions and stuff like that.
So I'd rather not do empirics, and that means I'd rather not talk about this planet right now because I know very little about it, and I happen to be an expert on this planet. I just know how little we know. That's why
I'd rather just ask: Is the economic freedom index not an empiric?
Yeah, fine. But what I'm that's you see, Prawn.
So I'm just seeing that you have one kind of first principle. I'm just offering another, and I'm seeing if maybe we can make that work. Can you think of any reason why that first principle wouldn't apply to like an analysis, and why communism might be wrong with that?
Look, my point is, you're saying let's look at history, and I'm saying I'd rather not even look at this planet today. That's
No, we are talking about like you're talking about communism when you say it kills millions of people. Communism in the past and that happened on the planet today. I think it's only fair that you actually examine communism and what it means and you ask for a first principles perspective. I'm giving you a first principles perspective.
Well, look, we can we can have a first principle this first principles discussion. That's very important. We can also try and bring up some empirics. That's very important. We can also bring up some history. That's pretty important. We can, but we need to understand the limitations. When we talk about history, we know very little. But anyway, okay, so you're saying something about in the past there's been
Class struggle.
class struggle. Look, so we can ask, do we have class struggle today? So that's a good question.
Sure, let's do that.
Do we have class struggle today? So if you think there is a class struggle, so give me an example, maybe.
Would you remember Occupy movement, where it was like essentially the 99% versus the top 1% of most wealthiest people?
That's it. That's maybe, some title of some whatever, some postcards or some memes. That's very nice, but statistically speaking, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
Like, say,
that was a movement of thousands of people across North America who truly believed that there was a class struggle between the top 1% richest people, mainly in America,
why should I?
but somewhat in Canada,
Okay.
and the bottom 99% who are powerless to do much about it. Would you agree that that kind of defines a class struggle? And by the way, Occupy was not intrinsically communist at all. There may have been communists there, but there was nothing communist about it.
Uh, Look, repeat again. Let me stop you because you made
Okay,
because
sorry.
you made many comments that I'd like to disagree with, but at least one. But there's just too many. So start over, and I'll
And
stop
I'll even
you.
I'll try to be more articulate in case that
No, no,
helps.
but I'll stop you. Just let me stop you
I get
when.
it.
Yeah.
You're allowed. Yes. So the Occupy movement started. It was thousands of people across Canada, probably more, like tens or hundreds, but I don't want to
Well,
misspeak.
so hold on. So hold on. Look,
It was a protest
wait,
movement. I'm just going to be
wait.
clear. Was a
It's
protest
fine.
movement.
It's fine.
Wait, you said they could respond. Let's
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Look, so is it 10,000 or 100,000 or millions or billions or trillions? Look, it's important. So,
Probably not trillions.
but okay, what is the significance? At the end of the day, we go and vote. So right, the fact that there is some movement, I don't know anything about this movement. Maybe it was Soros who
I
provided
feel like
fund.
you're not
Wait, what?
kind of like.
We
I
don't.
had an over
Yeah,
like it seems divergent because do you remember what my overall question was?
Wait, hold on. Wait, 1 second. You 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 can't keep changing topics mid my
Well,
response.
you're kind of starting to gish glop. You brought in George Soros and all that, and I didn't even bring up George Soros yet. So you're definitely talking about an argument that's not mine.
But let me finish. I'm saying I don't know. I don't know anything about this so-called movement. Was it organic? What was it?
I'm trying. Yeah, I'm trying to explain it with what I told you. You did interject me before I gave some more
No, you
specifics.
said you don't know if it's 10,000 or 100,000, maybe millions, maybe trillions. I don't know. I know that I kept seeing a lot. Like that's when I started learning economics. Like until then, I could care less about economics. But when that movement started, then I started scratching my head and I started learning about economics, and that's when I became a communist. That's when I started following Professor Richard Wolff. I listened to everything he said. That's when I started reading Das Kapital. Yeah,
So you've read these things, but
yeah. I
I
was
haven't heard you mention anything that communism talks
I
about yet.
used to be a full-fledged. I used to I used to identify as 100% a communist, of course.
catch up because
Well,
I want to keep this on rails again. We're trying to identify the founding principles or core principles of communism. I feel like we still have not done that. We're like 20 minutes in.
So
I don't see where the disagreement is that there's class struggle still today, and communism, in part of its doctrine, calls that out.
Prance, by the way, I mean, the fact that we have not well-defined communism, whatever many minutes in, that's fine. I mean, we're trying to have a discussion. We're trying, right? We're trying to communicate, and to communicate, we need words. If me and Cosmic Fox are happy with the way we're using communism at this point, then we don't need to further define it. It's fine. We have
Yeah,
defined
but
it.
I think I think I represent like the people watching the stream, and I'm lost, and I'm like I'm not seeing the connection where I can see it briefly, or like it's like pretty loose. But like you gotta make it really deliberate. Like what is the next point we're making with Occupy Wall Street and communism and the first principle? You're not really
Yeah.
making that clear to the audience.
This time, just let me finish. And if Mr. Slade, if
But
you
you
could save
did.
your responses
You did
to the end.
finish. You did
No, I have not.
finish. What do you
No, I have
mean?
not.
Okay.
I'm just trying to be reasonable.
Okay. I don't mind. I just disagreed with every other word you said. I don't see the point, but it's fine. I think you finished, and then I told you to repeat. I asked you to repeat so I can disagree with every word you said. And
Mind you, I asked you to define the first principles of communism first, and you mentioned something from the Heritage Foundation. So I'm still
I
not
don't
sure how
need,
much you
I
actually
don't
understand communism.
I don't know what the Heritage Foundation, and that's an ad hominem.
That's where the Economic Freedom Index comes from.
Okay, but that's an ad hominem to tell me or claim that I don't know. That's an
It's not an ad hominem to point out that when I asked you about communism, you brought up an unreputable anti-communist source.
but then you said you don't know how much I know what communism is. That's you're referencing.
Yeah, because you said you were a communist at some point, and that is not how anyone who ever was a communist would think to define it.
I said I used to define myself I used to identify as a communist, and
Did you understand what it was?
that's an ad hominem. So we'll continue.
No, I'm asking you. It's
That's
not
an-
an ad hom to ask you if
that's
you
an-
understood
I
what it was.
don't think it's an ad hominem because what
Well-
Melanie's saying is based on your demonstration of communism so far, you don't appear to be an expert. You're not demonstrating.
That's
very
an
well.
ad hominem.
I would
You're
say that's-
referencing me. So we can discuss a topic that's
I'm just
not
trying to
me.
figure out how much I should explain it about you or
If I
talk
have
to you
if
as
I
if you
have a
understand
question,
communism.
if I have a question, I'll ask. And as you can see, I have many questions. Basically, if I would ask questions about what you say, you'd barely be able to talk because I have no idea what you're
Well,
saying.
this time I'm asking to be able to finish making the connection between Occupy and class struggle, if that's okay.
It's okay, but it's not going to be productive because I'll ask you after to repeat because I'm going to probably disagree with every word you're going to say. But it's up to you.
Well,
I
no,
do want
why
to be
don't,
more
why don't you make a list?
offhanded, but it might be a question might be to ask Melanie what the first principles of communism are, since like they're coming here as a communist.
Why was that funny?
Why is that funny? I don't know.
Oh, I thought I heard you laugh. Sorry. Maybe that wasn't a laugh. My bad.
No. I laughed. I found it funny, and I'm not laughing at anyone. I don't. I hope not. I just found the way he said it to be funny. No, I'm completely engaged in this discussion. I'm happy with this
Yeah, me too.
discussion. Yeah.
So I think one of the first principles, and I'm just going to bring up my list because I'm just bad at listing things off.
Mhm.
Don't be sus, or don't judge me.
No.
I mean, for having to do this.
No, I'll help you if you want me to write it down.
No, it's fine. Yeah, definitely write down what I'm saying if that helps you. First principle would be class struggle. It's like that there's essentially a historical materialism between, and I'm just going to keep it quick, the haves and the have-nots. So that is very reductive, but I just don't want to take up too much of your time so you can respond. The abolition of private property. And I think that kind of speaks for itself. Common ownership of the means of production. I kind of got into that, so I'm going to skip past it. A classless society. So that's kind of responding to the class struggle thing to begin with. From each according to his ability to each according to his needs. That's, I didn't change the pronouns on that, but kind of, essentially a disabled person shouldn't have to work to have what they need. Someone who doesn't have the ability to grow crops should still be able to eat, kind of thing. Abolition of the state in its current form. State can mean lots of things in this case, whether it's federal, to some even down to local. A proletariat revolution. That was the third thing I was thinking of earlier from Marx. In almost any Marxist is actually there has to be a revolution. That's the only thing that really connects them. And internationalism, which is instead of the nationalism we see in a lot of historical ones, we want to see kind of a spread out global revolution for all nations, essentially.
Okay. You want to repeat, and we'll go one by one, or
Sure. So class struggle. I was already trying to show that we had class struggle.
But the question
today.
is, you're trying to just define. That's your definition of communism.
Core principles is what we're doing.
Yeah. You brought up first principles, right?
My
And I'm
question
trying
is,
to explain the first principles of communism.
okay, so my question is, I don't know what it means the core principles of communism are XYZ. I don't know what that means.
You said first principles, and
Yeah.
I brought up first principles. What Frances said was just a different way of saying
First,
first principles.
look, so when I gave you first principles, I gave you a single principle that is,
Yeah.
yeah, that's economic freedom.
And I gave you a single one in return, which was class struggle.
Wait, you gave me just a list of stuff besides class struggle. What do you mean? You gave me a long
No,
list.
I tried just doing class struggle at first, and I wasn't able to get through the list.
So which
Frances
is
prompted me to go through the entire list, so I just went through the entire list now.
okay. So you know what? Let me ask you. What is your proposition? What are you proposing to me? So
Right, then that not all communism leads to death and starvation, like you've said it has.
that's your proposition? Okay,
Yes.
then you just need to bring one example and you win.
Yeah, Vietnam.
Okay, I don't know I don't know anything about Vietnam. So, of all the
Okay.
communist countries in the
Francis?
history of the
To be
planet,
honest, yeah. As a moderator, that's not a very good. That's not a very good point in debate. To be like, oh well, I don't know how that country does communism. So that I think that like kind of shows that you're not coming equipped to this debate.
I'm even willing to watch a Luna Oi video where she describes communism in Vietnam for us.
is she an economist?
Will you take Melanie's word that like currently Vietnam is a communist based government and their economy is not struggling?
Of course
Oh, do
not.
you
I
agree with
already
that?
told you that I would never do that. That's a known trick of communists. They just redefine successful countries as communist and failing
So
countries as.
so I'll be the
No, we don't.
moderator because I'm being good faith, but let me clarify. You're saying Vietnam is not a communist government.
I don't. It could be an outlier. I'm not saying that it
So
could be.
hypothetically, if it
I'm
were,
asking you. Will you take Melanie's word on it?
let's even put it to hypotheticals. Let's even
That
put it to
it is a-
hypotheticals. If Vietnam were hypothetically a communist state,
Let me.
and if
We
it
don't have to.
hypothetically,
I'm the moderator. I'm in the middle. I looked it up. It's definitely a communist government. And
Yeah,
people argue
so
it's like
we're
not.
going
It's not
strong
like
today.
what kind of
Hold on,
what kind of
hold
communism,
on.
but it's definitely communist.
Okay, hold on. So let me understand, Melanie. Your only positive example for communism.
You didn't say only. You said one. You said one, and
Okay.
I have one.
So yeah, but I'm not familiar with it. So let's try another. You know,
So our fact checker has
Yeah,
established
why
that
don't
it's
you
communist.
why don't you look up this case? It can easily research this.
You created these means of winning the debate. Now, I think you have two options. Either concede that if it were hypothetically successful in any way, you would have to admit that communism can be successful, or you can try to disprove the fact that it is a successful country by looking into it right now on the fly and doing some research. We can also watch a Luna Oi video where she describes it for us, and you can actually learn about Vietnam.
So let me understand. Let me just understand. So your only example is Vietnam, yes or no?
You
Sure,
asked
it's
for
my
one
only
example.
example.
To quickly clarify, you asked for only one example.
Yeah, but I'm just asking now. Do you have another example besides Vietnam? Just yes or no. Do you have another example besides Vietnam?
It's not as good because it is more debatable how successful it was, but there is the Chiapas in Mexico. It has undergone, again, significant embargoes, which you hate the argument of, even though it's the truth. But they're actually more anarchists than anything.
Okay, so
But again, they have a lot of communist elements to the way they operate. So my point being that
so I'll ask.
if we look at Marxism, if we look at the philosophy of Marxism,
Hold on. One second. No, I look. Hold on, just slow down. 1 second. I'm just
okay,
trying to understand.
I'm jumping the gun. I get it. I'm letting you say what you need to say. So
It's
say
fine. It's fine. Look, it might be that Vietnam is an outlier and it's like as communist as Marx could ever imagine, yet it is 100% successful for some magical reason. It could be, but for the time being, hold on. So
But
besides,
if it were,
before we get there, 1 second. Besides Vietnam, you're saying El Chapas that is actually anarchist, which I told
I
you.
didn't say El Chapas,
Okay.
Chiapas.
Okay, but you said it's anarchist, which I told you if you ask me to predict the quality of life, I would ask you for the economic freedom, and you said it's basically anarchistic, which I would predict based on simple science of economics, it should give you very high quality of life on average. So I don't see how we can debate that. So do you have another example?
I think you're just moving the goalpost at this point because you asked for one example. And you said I could win with one example,
If
and
the
now you're
only
not.
yes,
doing it.
if the only example you have, so okay, so if we debate Vietnam and we discover theoretically that Vietnam is a failed communist or not communist, then what? Then I win the debate. So you're putting it
I'd be
all.
willing to. I'd be willing to stake it on your economic freedom index.
Wait, so you're saying Vietnam is low placing on economic index, but it's high placing on quality of life?
No, I'm saying if it's higher placing than, say, maybe 10 capitalist countries, then I see no reason why it's more of a failure than capitalism.
Look, I mean, I just told you the only prediction that, and even that's just correlation because there's so many metrics, but
You can give your own standard. I'm just saying that that's pretty fair. If like 10 capitalist countries can fail, but before one is even like at their level.
look, the only thing I don't care, right? I said this in the very beginning. I don't care about the word communism. I don't care about it. I'm looking at many things, but one of the most important things that I care about, that if you ask me, can you predict the quality of life of a group of people or of a country?
You never said, by the way, and like when I explained to you what the topic would be, that you don't care about communism. So I think you're being a bit shifty.
I never said many things. You know, you're going to discover many things as we speak. I didn't tell you everything I could ever say.
Well, then I would no. If you said that, I would have debated something else because there's no point in debating this if you're just going to say that you're not going to concede anything because you just say you don't care about it.
Why do you care if I concede? Why is it important?
Well, the point of the debate would be making progress in the conversation. If you
Right.
concede that there is, like, for example, currently class struggle,
But why do you care? No, really.
then we can move the discussion forward to the
But
next
why?
one.
Hold on. Like, why do you care if I concede? Let me ask you this: do you care?
Francis, can you? I just answered him.
I was thinking about answering that. Well, also, it would show that you're being good faith in this discussion, that like that you're having honest communication. If you can't concede on a point that you're clearly wrong on, it doesn't really. We probably should not continue this communication.
I think you know what, Mr. Slave. I hope you don't think Process is biased. I think he's trying his best to listen to the discussion, and see who's right more than anything. Do you trust Process to decide who is more right in this discussion?
No, of course not. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not here to be judged. I'm here to be convinced. I'm here to have my mind changed. Now,
It seems like there's nothing that can convince you because you don't care about communism.
hold on. That's an ad hominem. Hold on. Look. So.
It's not.
Well, you're referencing me, so please
It's
don't.
not an ad hominem.
Please don't
I'm literally
reference. Just
using
I
your
don't
own
care.
words.
Just don't reference me. Please don't reference me. We're having a discussion. So
Can I jump in? Well, I also, what you said, I think is a little unfair because the way you're presenting is like you're just here like to like say, oh, here's my opinion, tell me why I'm wrong. That's not really the premise of this. You're coming in here saying a positive statement that there's going to lead to more harm, more death via communism. So I don't think it's a fair way to frame your point. You're making a positive claim as well.
I don't even know what you said.
You
Anyway,
are making a positive claim that communism will lead to worse disastrous results. But yeah, just like you're like, no, I'm only here just to kind of refute what Melanie is saying. So I don't think it's a fair framing.
No. I don't care about anyone's opinion. I'm not here to overturn anyone's opinion. I'm here to have my opinion overturned. I'm here to be to learn.
I'm saying that's a bad way to come into a debate. Why would you
Well-
come into a debate if you're not willing to hear other people's opinions?
No.
And Francis, to be fair, I'm actually good at taking on I'm fine with taking on the negative here, but he needs to actually like tell me what will convince him. He literally said, and we can go back and watch this, that one country, and I win the debate. If I can name one country, one example, and I did, and then he tried to call in an outlier because he's moving the goalpost. That is descriptively and definitionally moving the goalpost. So in my opinion, I've won this debate because he even set out the conditions and I fulfilled them.
I do want to
not
call it
sorry,
out, but yeah, I
this
did notice
part
that
of the
earlier that
debate.
there was a moving of the goalpost. Earlier you agreed that if you can give one example, that'd be like good enough argument, and now we've kind of moved past that.
So
Okay.
So I don't remember exactly what went on, and I said, logically speaking, mathematically speaking, if the premise is, or if the proposition is, communism always leads to famine, and then mathematically speaking, then if you just have one example that refutes that, you win about this proposition. That's a mathematical statement. That's not my opinion. That's not my position.
That's
That's
what you
just
said on the
math.
panel last night.
I don't need to
I
say.
even double checked it.
Yeah, I don't need to say that if you find an exception to this proposition, you win on the proposition. That's a
Okay,
mathematical
again, this
statement.
is
It wasn't an
sorry.
exception.
Okay, well,
It was
Professor,
an example
this is
you asked
why
for.
this is why we need to agree on a topic beforehand, because now I think Mr. Slade honestly is moving goalposts. Where now, very earlier you made a very
I sent you the topic. I sent him the topic. We were clear on the topic.
No, but I mean you got to reiterate it, like, and then like keep nailing down as we, because now we're an hour in, like we
And I
had
am.
not
I'm
really.
nailing down on the misinformation.
Well, I'm trying to
that he
back
said
you up
about
because
communism last
Mr.
night.
Slade is trying to. I think I agree, being a little weaselly.
Okay, please don't attack me. That's an attack. Don't do that.
No,
I'm not
I
here.
think he's describing
Well, no,
the way
telling-
you're handling what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a personal attack. Please refrain from personal attacks. Let's continue.
Wait, that's not a personal.
Yeah,
attack.
don't reference me. Please don't reference me.
But if,
We're talking
you said
about
you're doing good at the debate, that would be fine, right?
Yes. So please don't
So,
reference me.
why can't we
This
make
is-
make the negative statement that you're not doing
because
good at the debate?
I'm not
Wait,
interested in.
wait.
I'm not here
This
to
is-
hurt my
wait,
feelings.
I'm gonna-
Please don't
you
hurt
should-
my feelings. That's what I mean.
All right, if that
No,
hurt
but
your
just-
feeling, you gotta wait. No, Melanie, let me fucking hit monster for a second, because I know be good faith for a second, Mr. Slate. If let's say I'm moderating a debate between two different people, and one of the debaters keeps deliberately not answering a question. If I tell that person, "Hey, you're kind of being slippery," is that a personal attack on that person?
Yes, that's terrible. Don't do that.
That's okay. That's ridiculous.
Well, that's I'm not here to be attacked. So please don't attack me. Please don't say anything negative about me. Let's continue.
This is a debate.
Yeah. So please don't say we're debating a topic, not me. So please don't reference me.
Well, no, I'm not debating you. I'm not addressing you. I'm addressing your debatability, and that you're being slippery because you're repeatedly moving the goalposts.
Yeah, you keep
I'm addressing
Yeah.
your behavior in this debate.
Yeah, that's a personal
And you
attack.
honestly couldn't have moved the goalpost harder if you tried. Like I've seen people move
That's
the
a
goalpost in so
personal.
many ways.
You're personally attacking me.
No, that's not. That's describing what you did. If you did it, then it's not attacking you. That's a descriptive language.
I mean, well, if you want to claim that I moved a goalpost, then we can discuss that claim. We can, have a sub discussion about that specific claim. But if you just make that claim and not,
Would you like us to go back to you saying that if I could provide one example of communism being successful, then I win?
I said that's a mathematical truth. That's not me saying it. That's math. So,
But you also said it on. You said last night on the panel that all communism leads to suffering and starvation. That was your claim. That's what I'm debunking right
if
now.
specifically I said all, we can discuss what I meant by all. But
Yeah, it's okay. What did you mean by all?
Yeah, no, hold on. But if you want to take that literally, and you want to make that the proposition, and you can find an exception, and you can convince me of that exception, then of course you win mathematically. That's not my opinion. That's just math. That's just the definition of the words. Everything follows from English. You don't need me. I'm not moving anything. No goalpost.
No, you said I literally have to convince you.
I mean, what else do you want to do? I don't understand.
Well, you're saying that's not you; it's just math. But no, what convinces you is subjective. That's why I keep asking what will convince you,
Eh,
and when you answered, I tried to
I
fulfill
don't
that.
I don't know how to help you about that. What do you want me to do? I don't know how to help you with that.
I think you should admit that when you said that one exception was enough to make me win the debate, and then I fulfilled that for you,
You
that you lost
didn't,
the debate.
but you didn't.
Okay,
I
all right.
told
Let
you.
me maybe in the middle. Why don't we just say if that was the debate? If that was the debate you lost, okay, we can just admit that's the case. You can use a different argument now if you want to. If you want to say, okay, don't use my little argument about all because that is what you said.
So
No,
tell us what
no,
you mean.
no. I don't have
No,
no,
wait,
no.
no,
I'm
actually,
willing. No,
tell
no,
us what
no,
you want
no,
to
no,
argue,
no.
and
I
then
want to
we can
argue.
argue that.
No, I'm fine with arguing all because now I see she only has Vietnam, and I don't know. So it's probably all because it's most likely all. Again, there is a possibility that I'm wrong. That Vietnam is a successful communist country. There is a magical possibility, and if that happens, I'll
Magic
gladly.
has nothing to do with
What?
it.
Fine. I'll take back magic. Wait, whatever. There is a possibility that it is a successful communist country. There is a possibility for some reason, whatever. It's an outlier. There is a possibility, and then if that's true, fantastic. I will have been proven wrong. I'm here to learn. I'm here to
Okay,
grow.
so what would convince you that Vietnam is successful? The Economic Freedom Index?
No,
Oh,
right. So the per
What would?
capita, right? So the per capita, the PPP, the purchasing power versus the per capita, where there's an equation for the real quality of life, the average quality of life of citizens, of an average
hey,
citizen.
I love math. Let's figure it out on stream.
No, it's you can just look it up. You can just look up the average quality of life of
Well,
right.
you seem to know what it is, so why don't you look it
I
up and
don't
tell us,
know.
and then provide us a link?
No, I don't know. I'm saying, but that's not.
Oh,
But you asked me. So if Vietnam is located low on economic freedom, but high on average quality of life per individual, that's pretty much that's good. If it's located low, let's say it's one of the last 10, but it's one of the first 10, right? If it's the last 10 on economic freedom, but one of the first 10 on quality of life, wow, that will blow my mind. Or something, or even last 20 as opposed to first 20, last 30 opposed to first 30, something. I'm flexible. But I don't care to lose. I'm not here to win. I am never in a debate to win. Like you want me to concede? Look, you want me to change my mind. I want
is
you
it
to change.
purchasing power versus gross domestic product?
It's the gross domestic product per capita. It is the purchasing power. It's the average quality of life. Maybe there
It's
is
also vague. I have no idea what you're actually
an
referring
average.
to.
I don't know.
Can you find it? Can you
I
look it
don't-
up for us, please?
I look. I trust you. I'd rather not. I can tell
You're
you
not,
about
but you're no, you're not being clear in your language of what we're looking up. You've said both
average
purchasing power and
quality. Average. Okay. It's
average
the
quality of life. Okay.
average quality of life. That's basically it. If you can get where is Vietnam located on some average quality of life scale and where is it located on economic freedom, if it's low on freedom and high on per capita quality of life, fantastic. As far as I know, there is pretty much a one-to-one correlation. But
Does that sound reasonable to you, Melanie?
and what I'm saying is, if there's low economic
Here, one
freedom,
second.
no, but I'm just saying.
I want to consensus here, Melanie, because you're muted right now. Does that sound
No, but I'm
like
explaining.
because we can literally look that up.
Yeah, I'm
We
looking
can
it up
check
right
that
now.
Yeah, but I'm
Okay.
explaining
While you're doing it, go
why,
ahead.
and you can retract. I don't care. I mean, I'm not here to win. Look, what I'm saying is, when you say communism, ultimately what you mean is you want to restrict the freedom of the individuals, right? Restrict economic freedom. You don't want me to enslave someone, right? You feel that economic freedom, that if I enslave someone, that's terrible, or if I employ them under what a minimal wage, or if I send children to the coal mines. Like, no. You're saying no, children have to go to school. You want to restrict economic freedom. Fantastic. Okay. Right? You want to restrict economic freedom, and I'm like an anarchist. I'm like, give them all the freedom they want. I don't care. So, right, that's basically our disagreement. Right? When you restrict the freedom, ultimately you get North Korea. You get you get the Berlin Wall. That's all I'm saying. So you get communism. What? Go
Melanie,
ahead.
any responses to that? Still looking stuff up. You're muted again.
So according to the UN, Vietnam is above places like the Philippines, Indonesia, South Africa,
What's the number?
Jamaica, Botswana.
Is there a number?
It's the HGI UN 2022 0.73.
But what's the number? Where is it located on the
Yeah,
scale?
0.73, with the top being 0.97, and the lowest being 0.38.
Where is it located? There's a scale of number. There's a number.
I think he's asking what's the rank? Where does
what's
it
the
go in the
rank?
rank of everything
Yeah. What's
above?
the right? Usually there is the most economically free country, second, third, and the last economically free country.
Yeah, I don't have. I have to. I guess I have to count through hundreds of countries, but whatever.
There's usually a rank. That all I'm saying
There's
is
not. It's literally just a list of countries, no numbers next to them.
Well, no, as a fact checker, when you ask me to look something up while you continue the debate, no, I can do that.
Yeah, if you want to look up the rank of it in the UN's HGI 2022, or there seems to be a lot of them. This is the one that seems to see it in between a lot of other countries.
wait, HDI, Human Development Index. I didn't say anything about that. I'm saying quality
What's
of
the difference?
life. Quality of life is
Mm.
physically how many pizzas does an average citizen eat? How many pairs of shoes did he buy this year? How many times did he go to see a movie? How many drinks of alcohol did he consume? How much ice cream did he eat? How many houses? How many rooms in his house? Like physical, how is his quality of life? Like physically, what is the quality of his life?
Yeah, so this HGI measures quality of life. It's just a composite thing, like quality of life is, that measures essentially the same things. That's why it's included in the World Population Review on, and I quote, standard of living by country. Standard of living is synonymous to quality of life.
I mean, if we don't have like an actual quality of life, then yeah, whatever.
Here we go. I'm putting some stats in the back chat. You guys can read it.
Too late. I already did it.
I got sources though. Actually, Discord's better.
Okay, then why don't you tell me what they say while I'm looking up where
I
Vietnam
will.
is?
'Cause I have multiple. 1 second. So I got multiple because I'm going to get matched with some disagreement.
So what do you
here,
think
but-
about 89 out of 200 for an actual? It's called Quality of Life, done by Numbeo. I've never heard of them, but it's from 2023.
I started that one too. Yeah.
Sounds like halfway through. Sounds like top 50%, right? 89 out of
Close.
200.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe like 45%.
Okay. So that's the HDI.
No, this is Quality of Life from Numbeo. HCI scored it higher, and relative rank it was above half.
Okay, and economic freedom. How is it ranked?
Can you look that one up, because you seem to know where that is better than I do.
I don't know. I've never looked. I usually don't look things up.
You definitely don't know anything. You definitely don't like.
That's not
distribution of
a
labor.
good sign.
Uh,
I think it's a fair request since Melanie looked up kind of its ranking in terms of quality of life. When you look up the other stats, since
It was
that's
the
really important
59th
to you.
freest in the 2024 index.
it's what?
It's the 59th freest.
Out of.
That's the rank. You asked for a rank. It's
Okay.
59.
59 out of how many? Like before it was out of
There's
200.
59 countries that are better than it.
Wait, are we out of 200 countries?
Probably, yeah, because that's usually how much these
So
things.
it's 59. That's pretty high. That's pretty free. So it's about. It's pretty free.
Yeah, world average is 58.6. So it's more free than the world average.
I don't know. Look, it sounds like it's correlated. So it does. So It's not. I wouldn't define it as communist. I wouldn't define.
I think you're moving the goalpost again.
Look,
But we
Wait,
can go through this.
Wait, as a moderator, I'm going to jump in because I do think it's unfair to say this is not communist because everything I'm reading seems to make Vietnam is communist. So why don't you tell me, you have to tell me why is Vietnam not communist? You have to give something positive because everything else is the opposite.
you're saying it's about 59%, or it's 59th out of 200 in economic freedom. So it's it's very high ranking on economic freedom. So it's free. So that's all I care for. That's not what I consider communism. Like communism for me is North Vietnam, North Korea. That's communism. It's like
See, I think you're moving the goalpost literally because Vietnam is described as a communist country by economic experts.
I don't care. That's the appeal to authority, logical fallacy. So I'll just
So
ignore.
can you explain why it's not communist without just denying it
Because,
and then pretending that that's
Look,
an argument?
as far as I'm concerned, right off the bat, I told you I really don't care about the word communism. What I care
See,
about
Seth,
is economic freedom and quality of life. Surprise me that
Yeah, but that's why we started this whole conversation with defining communism. And by all seeming metrics, Vietnam is communist. So you have to actually refute that unless you want to be bad faith or concede here, because everything says it is a communist society. You can argue like how communist it is. It could be like stronger or like less communistic. No, I'm being good faith. If you had to.
Prawns, please
What?
don't say that I'm being bad faith. That's an ad hominem. That's you're attacking. You're
No,
attacking.
you're literally you're calling a government that identifies as communist and saying that's not really communism. So no, I think that's not good faith.
They identify as communist?
Yeah, they're run by what's the name of the party? The Communist Party of Vietnam.
Look, China is run also by a communist party, but China.
Are they not communist? Is China not communist?
Of course not. I mean, China has actual economic freedom zones. I mean, literally,
it doesn't make it capitalist.
Look, I don't care about these titles. Look, okay, the question is, what are we really debating?
I agree. You don't care about titles, but these titles like have meanings, and like you're not really going by the definition of them. So I agree. Okay, it's a spectrum. It's like just because a society has like some amount of like economic freedom doesn't disqualify from capitalist. Do you agree with that?
I usually
from being communist. Do you think you can be communist and have some level of economic freedom? Yes or no?
But I don't know. Like, I honestly don't know.
Yes or no question.
Yeah. I don't accept your dichotomy that something is a yes or no question. I mean,
wait. That's a very a very simple question. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm asking how your brain. No, listen.
It's
not.
Listen, it's not a simple question.
Yes, I'm asking you. Actually, I am because I'm asking you about your opinion.
No, it's actually not.
Just ask your question. Mute him and ask your question.
Yeah. Slave, I'm asking you about your opinion. So, like, if you don't want to share that, that's okay. But we're going to debate. You're supposed to share your opinion. I'm asking you based on the standard that you're going by, because you're waving your standard around in this debate all the time. I'm asking you based on your standard, can you have any level of economic freedom and be communist?
Look, I would say that
it's a yes or no.
No, it's not. So I would say
it's right. It literally is. It's like it's not that complicated. You should be able to. If you can't say yes or no, I think you're demonstrating you're not being good faith.
Stop saying bad things about me, please. Stop it.
Look, I'm about ready to say that whenever people say that all communist states lead to starvation and famine, they just simply never understand communism. I've yet to meet one person who says that and does. You just shouldn't say this in the future, man.
Mr. Slade, let me at least walk you through your thought process. You're arguing that Vietnam is not a communist society because they have some level of economic freedom. And so I'm asking you, can you have any level of economic freedom and still be communist? That should be an easy yes or no.
No, it's a difficult question. And if you're not going to let me speak freely, then you're silencing me. Then I don't know why I'm here.
So it should. I'll tell you why it'll be yes or no, because it's either yes, because any level of economic freedom would disqualify it from being a communist society, or no, where you could have some level of economic freedom and it can still be a communist society. That's literally the dichotomy that describes a reality. So you're either living in reality or you're not.
Yeah, okay. When you debate, then that's what you should say. But when I debate, that's not what I say. I don't even know what you said. So anyway,
That's not an argument. That's not an argument. Like seriously,
I didn't
you
argue. I just said I don't care what he said. I don't know what he said. I
I think
don't
at this
care.
point you
It's
So
have
why
not.
are
to
you
admit
here?
nothing.
Why are you
I think
here if you're not going to have a good faith discussion? You're literally not
Wait,
even listening.
stop. Look,
the
stop.
you also have to admit
Stop
at this point that there's
maligning.
literally nothing.
Stop
There's literally nothing.
maligning. Stop maligning me. Stop
There's nothing we
referencing
can
me.
say at this point that will that will convince you on anything, even though that's the goalpost. you
Mr.
set.
Slave, literally in the beginning of this, you agreed to the moderation rules that if you did not answer the questions, I'm allowed to just jump in and moderate. And you're literally doing that right now. And you're like, now you're mad that I'm doing it.
I'm not mad. I'm just saying, look, you're asking me.
You
Yes,
refusing to answer the question.
I will not answer the question that you define as yes and no. I will not do that. If I feel that a question cannot be answered with a yes or no, then I will not answer with a
Do you
yes
not
or
understand
no.
the question? Because it's like it's very clear. It's
Of
like
course, I
it's like
understand.
what?
It's not a yes or no to me. If it's a yes or no to you, then that's you. It's not to me.
No,
This is all just
You're
his
not-
way of saying that he can't prove that Vietnam isn't communist. No matter how hard he would try, he'll never be able to prove it. He can never convince us of a contrapositive like a debater would.
Wait, what? Okay, look.
no, I honestly think no. Like you had to be misunderstanding my question if you don't understand why that can be a simple yes or no question. I'm like it's like the equivalent of asking like whether or not something is in my hand and I'm holding this thing in my hand. It's a yes or no question. Like you're trying to make it more complicated, but I'm really asking like, is this a standard that you believe in or that you do not believe in?
Look, you're gonna let me speak freely, or you're not gonna let me speak. That's it. Look,
I'll give you a chance. I'll give you a chance, but if you don't answer the question, I'm going to ask it again right after. So go ahead, try to respond, and I'm going to see if you can answer it. Go ahead.
Just
no,
don't cut him off, please.
no. Wait, what? No,
I asked,
I'm gonna
asked
allow-
Frances not to cut you
yeah,
off so you can
I'm going to
finish.
cut you off.
oh,
And
so
if he
you're
needs
gonna
to
let.
re-ask the question
All right,
afterwards because
look.
he feels
So
like he didn't answer
look,
it.
the question. Look, the question is really why are we here? Like, so I'll tell you why I'm here. I'm here to have my mind blown, to discover that I was all wrong about communism. That there's something I don't know, that it is possible to have a truly communistic state and still be, have a great quality of life and everything will be fantastic. As far as I know, it's impossible. It violates, certain mathematical laws. So I'm here to have my mind changed. I'm not here to change anybody's mind. I don't care about anybody. You know me. I don't care. I say the craziest things. So I'm here to honestly have my mind changed, and I'm still, and you guys are trying to like use semantics. Is it communist, maninist, baninist? I don't care. The question is, can you change my mind? Which is what I'd like to happen. That's all. So the question is
So
about.
that's great. That's not the debate, though. This is not a change your mind debate. You're coming here with a positive claim. Melanie's coming with a positive claim. So you're supposed to answer my question with that. You did not. So I'm going to ask it again unless you want to try to respond. That did not answer my question at all. So I'll give you one more chance or I'm going to ask it again.
Okay, look, I'll just say it again. I don't know what is the purpose. You brought me here to discuss
So
some.
I'll tell it again. I'm trying to investigate your mindset. I'm asking a question about your mindset and you're refusing to answer it.
What's
That's
the question?
The point. Okay. Do you, I've asked this for like the fifth time. I'm going to give up after this, but if you can't answer this, I think it's not a good sign.
Okay.
Do you agree? Do you think you can have any level of economic freedom in a communist society?
So there is a problem with the question. The question is, what is the definition of a communist society, and why?
I'm asking your definition based on your definition.
So I like in the beginning I already said what you people call communist. I converted. I transformed that word.
You're not going to answer my question. Okay, asking. I know you're not. I know you have your own definition. I'm asking you based on your definition.
Frances,
Do I just clarify that one more time?
you just say you're going to drop
My
it. So
definition-
I have a better idea, Mr. Slave.
No,
please.
because I want to give him one more chance because I feel
Why
like
do you-
he's almost about to answer. I'm asking you based on your definition of
What do you mean?
communism.
What do you mean you're going to give me one more chance? What does that mean?
One more chance
Because
to
you,
answer.
I've asked this question like 7 times and you keep dodging it.
That
So,
that's
you're not-
that's an ad hominem. Please refrain from that.
It's not ad hominem.
Yes, it
It's
is.
not.
You're
We're allowed to
referencing me.
describe what
Please,
It's
what we
no, no,
literally.
do.
no. Please don't
You
reference
don't
me.
know.
Saying you're a
definition-
stupid
you don't know
fuck is an ad
definition.
hoc.
That's a-
Saying
that-
that you're acting
don't
stupid
ref-
That's ad
is
don't
hominem.
not.
Melanie,
ref-
don't do
don't
that. Don't do that.
don't reference me. Continue.
Describing your behavior is not an ad
Are
hominem.
you not here right now?
Let's
Who
be
else are we
clear.
going to
Look,
reference?
don't judge me. Okay, don't judge me.
We're, we're
Well,
not.
no,
judging.
we're. It's okay. We're allowed to. We can judge you. That's the whole point of this. You're on a public platform.
No,
If
no,
you're
you
trying
can
to convince
judge.
me that you're not doing those things, you're doing a terrible job.
No, you can
No, we're
judge.
getting. We're opposite again. I'm going to ask this question one more time. Just try to answer. It's not that. It's not like that complicated.
Yes, it is.
It's like if you
It is
can't answer
compli- It is complicated.
It's really not.
Um,
Like it's a qualifying question. So does something qualify or does it not?
So look, I told you, look, we can say that my definition of communism is economic freedom. And then you're asking
I'm
me,
asking your definition.
No one said
hold on,
that.
hold on, that's my definition. Basically, my definition of the communist scale is a country, would I consider it to be communist or capitalist? My question is, where is it located in economic freedom? Basically, I mean, there's other metrics I would have to look at,
Yeah,
but
quality of life.
fundamentally,
Well, that almost relates directly to the question I was asking. So again, I'll ask one more time, because I know that is one of the core principles of whether you define a society or government as capitalist or communist. I'm asking, where's the line? Can you have any level of economic freedom in a communist society?
but so one of the most
It should be
important.
easy. Yes or no? Yes, you can have some level of freedom, or no, you cannot.
So so when you say a communist society or a communist country, you mean it is basically located on the far left spectrum. Let's say.
According to you, no. Stop referencing
I'm
process.
asking your definition of communism.
of a communist
Yes,
Yes,
society.
yes, yes, yes. Everything I'm
Standard
saying.
you were
Yes,
using.
everything I'm saying is by my definition, of course. So by
Okay,
my
so
definition of
does a
communism,
communist country have zero economic freedom or some?
well, the definition of the ultimate communist is the least economic freedom. That's like the most
Okay, I think we got
communist.
there. Can we do closing statements, please? I think we're done with the communism topic, to be honest.
I do feel like we've ran into a wall here.
So there's as the sliding scale increases communist, there's zero economic freedom. I think that's fair. Mr. Slave, would you please do your closing statement first? And
So one more question, because I'm not generally curious, Mr. Slate. Would you describe that spectrum? Would you say that's more? Sorry, would you say that's more of a spectrum or like a black and white, where there's a definitive line where like society becomes starts being communist and becomes capitalistic, or do you think there's more of a spectrum?
Yeah, it's a spectrum. I mean, there's a scale.
Okay, well, a good faith answer would have been yes. You can have some level of economic freedom in a communist society. It was not that complicated. I just answered your own question for you. I don't know why that's so hard.
Look, the communist scale is the economic freedom
can I just
scale.
ask something? Can you
Yeah,
wrap
sorry,
this into
I've
closing
been
statement?
going for a while. Sorry, had to nail them down. I feel we got there finally, but it was since crazy getting there. But yeah, closing statements. Melanie, you start.
No, Mr. Slave will start.
I lied, Mr. Slave. You will start. Closing statement.
All right. So as far as I understand, Vietnam does not qualify as a communist country. Therefore, not a single example of a successful communist country has been presented. As far as I know, all communism leads to extreme suffering. And just as I said last night, as far as I know, all communist attempts ended in terrible disasters, and tens or maybe hundreds of millions died in the process. Certainly a lot of suffering. I came here, open-minded to discuss this. And have maybe my mind changed. And I was presented with, a mathematical truth that since I said all communism leads to death, therefore a single example should nullify my contention. I said, fine, as soon as a single counter is presented, then I will concede. Not a single presentation of such has been made. The secondary, which is anarchic, which of course will lead to success. So that was immediately retracted. So I declare thorough victory. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Melanie, your
you're allowed to
response?
do that. I'm going to deny you that victory because, first of all, I don't think you know what the fuck communism is. You just shown that communism is something that can disappear if it has more economic freedom, which becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where communism can literally never win in your mind so long as it has economic freedom, because you've basically created an alternate world with alternate facts where communism has to exist in a place where it can only get rid of it. And that just shows a fundamental understanding of the first principles of communism, despite you trying to refer to first principles first. I just want to quickly remind people about how we got here. First, I asked him to describe what he thought communism was. He couldn't do that. I asked him to describe how it led to starvation and famine. He could not do that. I asked, okay, so what's an example that might change your mind? He said anything would. One example would change my mind. And so I provided one example of a communist country that is not a failure. And then my opponent's argument was a communist country can only be a failure. This is not somebody who should go around making statements about communism because they're not talking about communism. They're talking about a fiction in their mind that is literally inept. So next time you say this, you should say countries that rank low on the economic freedom index have lots of starvation and misery because you're certainly, definitely, and I can guarantee you this, sir, as someone who does understand communism, not talking about it.
Thanks for wrapping that up. I will do a poll in chat. I'm curious if anyone is convinced, if anyone's like really torn in either one direction. Honestly, I'm definitely not a full communist, but I was not swayed in any one direction by any of these stances. I think, and I want to address the topic number 2. I think we really got to nail down the premise that we're kind of discussing to really make these discussions a little bit more fruitful. With that being said, I wanted
at the beginning. And just remember, we are moving on the discussion forward to the egoism.
Yeah, we're going to get off. I do want to add ticky tack just to see, because I think he had some critiques for maybe how we can structure this a little differently. I just want to, I want to do some stuff in the background, and I'll get some into to switch topics. Ticky tack, I want to bring you on now if it's cool.
I'm down.
Hey, Tiki.
Hello,
Hey,
Ticky
how's it
Tack.
going, guys?
Hello.
Hi, Melanie. Hi, Mr. Slave.
Hi.
Hi, Princess.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm curious.
So-
I know you've been listening yet. Do you have any insight or anything you want to add as a spectator of that last debate?
But also just some housekeeping. Ticky Tack, could you turn your mic volume up through Streamer just a little bit, just a touch, maybe like 10%? You're a little bit low on my OBS volume.
How's that?
I think you sound good. Also, and speaking of that, before you tell us about what you kind of thought, why don't you introduce yourself to the stream?
Yeah, so I'm Ticky Tack. I show up on panels and I debate things.
It's pretty concise.
Yeah. Short and sweet. I like it.
So do I take it you might someday be a guest on Voted Debates in the future?
Probably. I definitely want to be on more debates. But I wanted to kind of like roll back a little bit, Melanie, on one of your points that you wanted to bring up was the social class structure, how it's kind of it's kind of favored towards like the 1%. And I'm actually in agreement in that, except that I probably wouldn't go to the point of like 1%. So could you describe to me what the 1% is to you?
Oh, no, I was trying to refer to Occupy Wall Street and other resulting movements with their rhetoric with that. To me, it's become more of like the top 0.1%, especially if you look at like who owns most of the land, who owns most of the means of production, stuff like that. Specifically here in North America, I know it's different in places like Europe and around the world.
No, I completely agree. We're on the same page. I do think that there's a huge imbalance off of it, and there's a corruption in capitalism, and there needs to be some readjustments. The thing is, though, I don't know if like a socialism or communism is necessarily needed, and honestly, the only way I could see it being adjusted is with some sort of like authoritarian ruling. So I'm curious.
Does a revolution in your mind have to be necessarily authoritarian?
Well, technically, yeah, because if you're in a revolution and you're forcing standards onto people, that's an authoritarian move.
Well, what if we only force the standards onto the rich, but not like
It's-
the people?
It's still authoritarian. It may be
More
a
or less
temporary.
authoritarian.
It may be a temporary authoritarian because once you get rid of the rich are gone. And there's no need for that enforcement anymore. But you're going to have to cater to authoritarianism just even a little bit.
More or less authoritarian. And mind you, like I make a distinction between authoritative and authoritarian, but is it more or less authoritarian than like the systems we see existing today? So I would argue to be less.
And I guess I want to
That's a
middle
good point.
down here. You can argue like, because I do agree, because I think the revolution is like a core aspect to communism, and I could see that being tied to authoritarianism. But I think that like would be kind of mitigated as you kind of get away from the revolution, where like it'd be very authoritarian. Can't say that word. Very based on authority at first, and then as you kind of get power to the people, you can be less so.
Yeah. So I'm wondering.
Ticky tack. Shall we
Yeah.
discuss? Shall we continue this another time? Because I was hoping to shift
Oh
gears.
yeah, sure.
We're going to discuss amoral absolutism or amoral egoism, and which, Mr. Slave, just to be clear, that is something that you stand by and you claim to understand well. It is one of the first propositions on your list of propositions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Before we dive
uh,
into that, I do want to clarify one thing. Well, Tic Tac, I wanted to see one. What did you have any feedback on the structure of this? And before Mr. Slave and Melanie start, I want to really iron out that thesis/topic statement before we dive into the debate. But Tic Tac, did you want to add anything else?
I think there should have been some more concise questions. But it eventually did get to that of asking concise questions, but it was Mr. Slave kind of dodging the question. I have to admit that, Slave. So
That's a personal attack.
well, Pronsis,
Mr. Slave, are you breathing right now?
Am I breathing?
Yes. I'm going to assume you are. So if I say you're breathing, is
That's a
that just a
personal
factual statement or is that a personal attack?
No, if you say something negative about me, that's not nice. Like I'm not
Are you
saying
incapable? Are you incapable of doing negative behaviors? Because I think it's fair if you are doing a negative behavior for your opponent to be able to describe it.
but I'm
I
not
think
here.
I could handle him. Pronsis, do you mind if I get just a little bit edgy on my words?
Hey, this is my show for one thing. So
Okay,
yes.
Melanie, do you mind if I get a little edgy on my words?
You can get
I mean,
edgy on your
yes.
tactics. I would say if you have to think of better words, at least take a moment to.
Yeah, I have better words
YouTube
for it.
friendly. You got
Yeah,
it.
of course, YouTube friendly. So Mr. Slave, I want you to imagine yourself in your favorite hood, laying on the ground, with my foot against your chest, pressing you down. And if you don't answer the questions concisely, I'm going to take this plug in my hand and I'm going to shove it in places without lube.
That's
Got it?
I'm not interested in
There's
that.
easier ways to say this.
I'm not interested.
That's all I had to say.
I'm not interested in that activity.
Oh,
Well,
I know.
then
That's
you
why
better-
you should answer your
that's
questions
why-
concisely.
No, but
Yeah.
if you can add like a hot chick to the scenario, then sure, we could do that.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, that's
I'll
fine.
hire a hot chick.
That's fine. Then we're good to go.
Okay. Hopefully that'll help you
Okay,
guys out.
so we're not going to have a topic right away on amoral egoism. I actually said that's going to be a chit chat, but I think once we find a point of disagreement, then you guys can keep us focused on what you think is the question we're trying to figure out. Is that fair?
Wait, what? Are you
I have a
asking
feeling
me?
we're going to disagree on some things. No, I'm asking the moderators. We're not going to have a specific question that we're
Okay.
answering yet. I'm going to get him to describe amoral egoism. I'm going to ask him some
Oh.
questions just to test stuff out.
Okay.
But we're going to find a point of disagreement quickly, I'm sure.
Hmm.
So when we do, that's when I need you to come up with the question. Okay, moderators?
Is that also when we'll kind of nail down the topic? We'll do a little bit of like open exploration, then we'll
Yes.
solidify the topic. Okay. But once
sure.
we agree
You're
on the
kind of-
topic,
You're
we
kind
all
of
agree
addicted to this
that's the
topic
topic.
thing. It's like you don't know
Dude,
how to
it's-
debate without a topic. And I
dude,
do.
it's not me. It's gonna help you. I promise.
It's
Right,
better.
but
It's
like
better to have.
there's a point before where I needed you to focus more on the topic and you didn't, and then we got into the weeds and then you did, but it's fine.
Fair
So
one.
now we don't have a topic, and now I need you to stay alert that it's going to pop up at some point. So, Mr. Slave, could you please explain amoral egoism for all of us in the best words that you can?
Okay, so amoral egoism. So all I'm saying is that I'm starting my life philosophizing about life from first principles. So in first principles, I don't have morality, so I am amoral. But I know that I am an egoist. All I am interested in living my life, enjoying my life. That's all I have. Just one life. I'm here to have a good time. But a good time, so some people would say, oh, then I should run to the first candy store and steal candy from the candy store and gorge myself on candy. Right, but then it wouldn't be the optimal enjoyment of my life. The optimal enjoyment would not to run and steal, because I would eat a lot of candy instantaneously, but very quickly I'm going to get arrested, and my life is going to be a disaster if I run my life like that. As an egoist, I want to optimize my well-being, and ultimately, I want to eat healthy, live a long life, a productive life, like have just enjoy life to its fullest.
May I just quickly point it sounds different than hedonism in the fact that like hedonism might say it's better to live in a life you enjoy even if you die shorter, but you're kind of like life maxing almost and health maxing.
I'm optimizing. It's a mathematical
Sure.
function. So I'm maximizing benefit and I'm
Which
reducing
one?
what?
Sorry, my geek brain, when you said it's a mathematical function, I thought of like 3 different ways you can optimize stuff mathematically. So then I asked which one.
It's
Never
a
mind.
it's a like
Well, Mel,
Ron.
do you have
fine.
any do you have any major disagreement with that definition so far?
No. That was a meme question, if anything. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn there.
I mean, these are standard functions, so like, I mean, they are literally mathematical functions. Usually,
Sure, there are some optimization functions that are mathematically used more than others, because they're
yeah.
more optimal. But
Mhm.
there are some that aren't. There are plenty though. There's probably hundreds.
No, we usually in economics we use just the square root, because it's like the square root for anyway. There are standard, very simple mathematical functions that we use when we model life, how people live their lives.
Okay, cool.
Mhm.
What is it like to be amoral as opposed to someone who's moral?
Someone who is moral is a liar, because there is no morality. So how does it feel to live life as a liar? That's suboptimal. I don't want to live as a liar. I want to be truthful. Sometimes when people say, what, you are amoral, then you like, why don't you like hurt people and stuff? So yeah, it's a little bit more complicated to defend than pretending to be moral, but I don't want to live in a lie. There is no morality. There's just this world, whatever it is. We eat animals. We slit their throats and eat them, and I'm fine with that and stuff like that. But I don't like. But we don't kill each other, and I'm fine with that. And so So I am amoral. Now you would say, so as an amoral person, why don't I go and steal? Right? So the reason I
Not
don't
really. I actually have a different question,
go ahead.
if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
In India, for like you mentioned, us slaughtering animals. Let's just focus on. We don't need to fixate on cows, but let me just bring it to cows for a second. In India, they don't slaughter their cows, right? They treat them as sacred. If we were to live in a world where the way we treat animals just matters to everything, right? Especially cows. Cows are like the center of everything. Would it be fair to say that it's more moral to treat the animal that um, that we slaughter better? Um, in another way of putting this is like you kind of created a dichotomy when you said like, well, we slaughter animals, so we can't be moral. Another way of saying that is like there is morality, and we've kind of conceded it with our actions.
No, there's no morality.
So what does it mean when, like you said, that you don't believe in morality because we slaughter animals? If how would that be able to discredit morality if there is no morality? Because it sounds like you're invoking a negative morality.
No, there is no morality. We slaughter animals, but we don't kill each other. That's just the optimization function. Part of the optimization is that it's okay to murder animals, and part of that optimization is that it's not okay to murder each other. It is, however, apparently moral or legitimate to murder, unborn children up to a certain month.
Who are you referring to when you say it's apparently like that? Who's saying that?
Society.
Okay. You sound like you disagree.
No, but there's no morality. Society has rules that evolve Darwinistically. These are the rules. The rules are it's okay to kill and eat animals. It's not okay to kill and eat humans. There's just these. This is the society that evolved. These are the rules. That's not morality. It's just evolution.
So this is kind of like saying like you're more of like a utilitarian almost, right?
No.
Like because that's kind of like the optimization function. If and invoking by the way we're past Darwinism now. We're kind of, you can call it neo-Darwinism, but really like Mendel had way more of an effect on genetics than Darwin did. Anyways, with that, I like what I'm really trying to get to is why not just call it like utilitarian egoism?
I don't care about society. I'm amoral and I'm an egoist. I don't care about society. I only care about society in as much as can society benefit me. And the only reason I'm a functioning member of society is and as long as society benefits me. And therefore, I will defend society because society is my line of defense. And if there is a criminal, then I will protect the innocent against that criminal because I will be a model citizen because I want to live in a well functioning society. So ultimately, paradoxically, I end up being what people would consider an extremely moral person. But I'm not moral, and I don't care about society. I only care about myself. Society is a tool by which I can enjoy my life. And I will jump on that hand grenade and save my fellow men because I will defend my country. Because if all good men don't stand shoulder to shoulder against evil, then I am doomed. And again, my life is suboptimal. So again and again, as an amoral egoist, I end up living a very moral and altruistic life, but not because I care about society, not about because I care about animals. I pet animals. I love cows. If I murder a cow, it's in the most humane way. But the reason I am nice to animals because I enjoy being nice to animals. The reason I am nice to society is because society benefits me. I'm nice to people because I enjoy being nice and I enjoy living, that everybody's nice and cordial to each other. And I try to teach good manners and I try to teach my fellow men to debate cordially and not be like not nice to each other. I think so as an amoral egoist, I end up developing what people would consider what I would consider the most moral system by which a person can live. But the beauty of it that what looks like morality emerges out of amoral egoism. And I mean, mathematically, I find that interesting.
So you sure? Can I just like clarify? You tried to maximize like overall happiness.
My personal
It seems-
overall happiness, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's also what utilitarians do.
No. As far as I know, utilitarians, like they would say, let's kill one person and use their organs to save 10. So I don't do that. I do, I'm a model citizen. So in our society, we don't murder people to recycle their organs. But I'm not a utilitarian. I mean, my like like I wouldn't give my life to save 10 people or 1 million people. I don't care. I mean, I'm not here for that.
Sure.
I would risk.
Are you aware?
Mhm.
Sorry, could I just quickly ask? Are you
Yes.
aware of rule utilitarianism?
I'm not familiar with any philosophies. Like I don't really care much about other philosophies. Like I developed
So
my
how did you decide to call this amoral?
well, during debates, I mean, very quickly I realized that I am amoral because, like, I like people kept debating in my first debates. People kept debating about morality, and right away I realized that I have no foundation for any morality. There is no foundation. It's completely made up. It's just a lie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a strong person. I don't need to live a life of lies. So
Well, so correct me if I'm wrong. Like, Mister, you didn't make this up. Like this is a this is like a this is like a term or like a this is like a theory or thought process already out there. You didn't invent this term,
The
right?
egoism I've heard of, but not the amoral kind of component.
Because I looked up amoral egos, and they're like there are books about it and stuff. So
I
Okay.
never heard about it. I developed my amoral egoism, you could say, from Ayn Rand's objectivism. I started basically from that, and I didn't like everything about her. She is moral. She talks about morality, like objectivists talk about morality. I hate it. I think that's their failings. So I'm an amoral and I'm not an objectivist. I actually don't believe we have access to objectivity or to objective knowledge. So the last thing I would call myself is an objectivist, but I am very similar in my thought to Ayn Rand, but I do diverge from her. But I don't care if anybody wrote a book about amoral egoism. If it's what I presented, then very nice. But I don't care.
I just brought it up because it might be confusing because this person's probably a little bit more well known than you. So like some people might have a assumption of what this is based on, like this writing.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
if
sounds like
anyone has is familiar with what these other works say and wants to ask Mr. Slave about the differences, I certainly don't know. Before we get to chat again, I might even check out some of these books if I can and ask you some of the things that they talk about.
okay.
In the meantime,
I
my question.
never read any book about the topic. I never heard basically anyone except for Ayn Rand and a few what do you call them, libertarians. I used to be a libertarian, then I became an objectivist. Now I'm my own thing. I used to be a
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you to do that. I'll try my best to represent what they're saying, so that way you can
sure,
address it from your
sure,
perspective.
sure.
So my question right now, though, like I have a bit of a problem with maximizing happiness when you say that like society already does that. Like it almost applies to all life that we are amoral egoists, right?
All creatures naturally are amoral egoists. You could say that all chemistry is amoral egoist. An oxygen molecule is amorally egoistic. An amoeba is amorally egoistic. A cat and a dog are amorally egoistic. And yeah, we are naturally amorally egoistic. However, people lie and they say that they're not, but that's just virtue signaling. Like they would say, I'm a communist. They're not. They're amorally egoistic, but they lie and they say they're communist or whatever. They're not. They're all amoral and egoistic.
So this is what kind of confuses me is how can you call someone who's still using morals amoral?
Because
Isn't that a
he's,
contradiction in terms?
well,
can I back Mr. up because again this is more so by the book definition, but I can't see how you this is how they're using amoral, and they're saying it's applicable to use that word because humans are considered essentially amoral, meaning they are not inherently moral or immoral. Rather than having innate moral principles, our moral compass is shaped primarily by external circumstances, education, and social and culture.
Well, there's lots of things that humans make up that technically exist. Like we may not like unicorns don't materially exist. I'll agree with that. And humans made them up, but I can go out there and buy a plush unicorn. So in some way, it kind of does exist, and people are using it. Especially morality. People use morality for decision making all the time. So I think. Do you think that statement loses effect on the people who are actually using morality for decision making?
When somebody says the word morality, they're just lying. It doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. There is no morality. What there is social norms and laws and stuff like that, and social pressure and peer pressure. There's a bunch of that. And, when people say, oh, it's immoral, all they're saying is, I need to virtue signal and pretend that I'm not just optimizing my well-being by doing what I'm told by society, because otherwise I'll get fired from my job, and therefore whatever, do XYZ. They're just lying. So I don't lie. So, but they're lying. When somebody says, I'm doing XYZ because I am a moral person, they're lying. That doesn't mean anything.
So,
Hmm.
so my confusion though is like, I don't know if you can say that humans are inherently amoral. Maybe you can say animals are. That's fine, because they don't have the capacity to really communicate and kind of navigate different moral structures. Humans, though, I almost feel like ethics, and I know that's a subset of morality in general, but it is supposed to be more practical and applicable to the real world. I think ethics really is something that was inevitable for humans to ever discuss, because we're always running into conflicts where it becomes an issue of how many people can I kill in this war? Is it right to hunt somebody else's cattle for my own food? Or when does it become right? As humans that speak to each other and talk about these hypotheticals, we were always going to delve into something that what we today is called ethics. Even if it doesn't match every single word we say, it's still inevitable that humans discuss morality as we interact with each other. Does that make sense?
Look, the question is, when you say morality or ethics, I don't distinguish between morality and ethics. But when you say that, what do you mean? Is there some objective?
Okay, let me ask you.
Mhm.
If I said intelligence is an emergent property in humans, like intelligence for us kind of is springing out of our evolution almost faster than the evolution itself. Does that make sense?
I would say that, look, I'm a scientist, so I'd like to define everything scientifically. So if you
So
want to,
emergence here, yeah, sure, I can. Emergence here would be the rapid development of the prefrontal cortex and corpus
no,
callosum,
no, no,
as
no,
well as ability
no, no, no,
to
no, no, no.
overcome our basal instincts.
No, no, no. What I'm saying is, when you say intelligence, right? There is a scientific metric for intelligence that we can
Sorry, just
measure.
don't get hung up on it, right? We can agree that we are more intelligent than any other species out
No,
there.
listen, listen. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, when you say morality, so I can, as a scientist,
Can we just put morality for a side? I'm trying to get you to understand. I'm
oh,
trying to make sure we both understand emergence. So emergence is kind of like
uh,
it seems to come out of nowhere, but it comes as like a product of two things that already existed. So 1 + 1 = 3 almost, even though that doesn't make sense mathematically. And we see this in ecosystems and stuff like that. And what I'm trying to get at is sometimes new properties can emerge out of systems with convergent properties. Does that make sense? That's a
no.
mathematical term, by the way. That's a mathematical term. That's mathematics, sir.
Okay, I don't understand what you're trying to say. What are you trying to say? Where are you going? I honestly, I don't know where you're going. So I don't
So
know what
humans
you mean.
probably could have we probably would have survived fine before we became intelligent if we just kind of stayed there. We were using tools, but we never became so intelligent that we started contemplating the universe and stuff like that, right? There's a point in evolution where we didn't necessarily need to become smarter, but we just did to
Whoa.
survive. To survive.
I don't know. We probably needed to become super genius because of the last ice age or something.
Why didn't other animals
I
just
do,
do
I
that?
do want to step in because I feel like we're asking questions that we definitely don't know the answers to.
No,
kind of,
I can't answer it. So yes, we did need
Yeah.
to survive. Yes, we could have just continued with the
I
point
meant
in
more so
evolution before.
the emergence. I'm pretty sure we don't understand consciousness at that level. We're like, oh yeah, it definitely emerged this way. I think that stuff.
No, I'm not saying
still
consciousness. Well, yeah, what I'm saying is, in general, things can emerge out of pre-existing systems that weren't previously there before, like intelligence, and in this case, morality, as a result of human societal structures. You said even that you will participate in society and its norms, even
Hmm.
if you disagree with them. And I
Hmm.
think part of that, we navigate that by saying, well, what should we expect people to navigate, right?
I don't. There's no such thing as even though I disagree with them. There's nothing to disagree. The laws of society are. There's no logic behind the laws of society. There's no logic behind. Let's
Have
not.
you ever heard of the trolley problem?
Sure.
Do you think that that's a logical problem?
No.
Why not? Because I can argue why it's logical, but first I want to hear you argue the negative.
There's no logical solution. Like, what do you prefer to do something, have one person die, not do something, have five people die? Like, well, I don't see the difference. So
Yeah.
I don't think I don't see
Yeah,
where
so there's
logic.
a choice there, and there's an answer that you can evaluate and get to using logic.
No, I don't think you can use logic to impact the question. Or the,
So let's talk about the 0-5 configuration. We have 5 people on the track that's the train's going to hit. 0 people on the track if you switch it. Is it inherently bad to not switch the rails? Yes
the
or no?
well, when you say inherently bad, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean by
We're not trying to kill
inherently?
these people. We're assuming it's bad to kill people, and we're not trying to kill these
Right.
people. We don't want them to die.
Oh, if we're
So if we let
assuming,
them die,
if
if we let them die,
so,
just let me finish. If we let
okay.
them die,
hmm
are we in the wrong?
Look, if this were a real case scenario and I had the chance to save 5 people by clicking a button and I didn't do it, I should be executed. There's no question about it.
Even if you're going to kill someone to save the 5?
No, we're saying 0-5. So if a
How do you
person,
come to the conclusion that you should be executed?
that's just my personal opinion. I mean, such a person should not be
Hmm.
allowed to live in society. I mean, that is like a psychopathic individual. I
Right.
think,
It can be your opinion. I'm asking how you came to that conclusion.
no, just personal preference. Well, there is no objective morality. There's just morality is what I feel things should be. I mean, unless it's what society says, that's then, that is quote unquote morality. Like,
So
according
if I
to,
stab someone and they survive, is it right for me to be executed?
if you stabs, look, there is laws in the country, and you should be.
Do you not refer to the laws? Can you try to answer more from a framework of what would I want to be true? Because he's demonstrated before that you have a preference. I'm asking you to again defer to your own preference.
Wait, so my preference, like, hold on. So the way I live my life basically is according to the law. Like, I don't know any other rules.
Okay, so you are just deferring to existing ethical frameworks in society
I wouldn't
that
call. I
even
wouldn't.
though you disagree with them.
There's nothing to disagree. There's nothing to disagree. It's not a mathematical. Like, it's not that they say 1 + 1 is 3 that I disagree. It's 2. There's nothing to disagree.
You
Society.
realize that hardcore philosophical logic is quite mathematical, right?
I don't care. I
No,
don't
can I
care.
ask you a question?
What?
Even you disagree. I think
No, but
I think like the law is like you're not compelled by law to save someone's life. Like if you see someone drowning, like you're not compelled to go save them. And like if you don't do that, you're going to
wait.
get
Okay.
jailed or
Ask the
executed.
question
You
again.
said you would want that in your society.
Ask the question again. Ask the question again.
It wasn't
Just-
a question.
It's more of an odd question of your personal preference. Do you think people should press the button to save the lives of the people in the trolley problem?
I think the way our society functions, if a person can click a button and save 5 lives at no cost and they don't do it, that's a psychopathic individual that I think should be dealt very harshly.
So do you think maybe it's bad to be psychopathic?
I wouldn't
So you're
say.
saying deal with. We want to get into the morality. Is it immoral or not? Isn't that what we want to focus on, Melanie?
Well, yeah. The thing is, there being is ought statement here, and the question is ought we punish somebody who, and not deferring to current laws, but ought we punish somebody who does that? And it sounds like you think that they should be punished, right?
Look, but the way I would say it is, what is optimal for me? So for me, it's optimal. Like, I want to live in a very strict society as far as laws are concerned. So I want harsh punishment for criminals. So it's optimal for me to harshly punish someone who refuses to click a button and save lives. That's
I have one question,
Mhm.
Mr. Slave.
Yes.
Are you even sure of yourself when it comes to making moral odds?
I'm just saying that I live my life in an optimal through an optimal equation. I'm just optimizing my personal life. My part of the optimal solution to the equations is to have a very stable society, a very legally abiding society. So I want to harshly punish criminals. That's my
Well,
personal.
but
Let me-
to get to the actual like root of this, are do you would you rather choose your own choice or society's choice on a moral ought?
I don't use the word moral. So I just ask what is optimal for me. So for me, it's
Are you
optimal.
kind of,
What?
are you kind of asking? Are you asking Tiki like should his framework be enforced on everyone? Is that kind of what you're asking?
I'm just trying to figure out if he appeals to society to decide on everything, and he doesn't actually have a conclusion himself on how things should be done.
So look,
Well, no,
I
I think
just.
I'll back up. I think you've been pretty clear. He's saying he would want to. He's saying he is being clear that you ought to click the button to take the people because he thinks that's better for him as an individual because he's putting himself in either the shoe of the person pressing the button or the person on the track, and he thinks that they ought to press the button and be compelled to. Is that pretty fair?
Yes.
Mr. Floyd?
It's optimal. Look, I'm looking to optimize my life. As part of that, I want to be in a very stable, legally abiding society. I don't like criminals. I don't want thieves. I don't want murderers.
See, and that's where the contradiction is.
Mhm.
Because you are now appealing to laws and what society should be, not what's favorable to yourself.
No, all I care for is myself. I'm an egoist. I don't care about the universe. As far if I'm not here, let it burn. I don't care. But
So I
as
care
long
about the laws.
because
Sorry, I'm the one getting in on the debate here. It's not supposed to be my deal.
I think you're adding some good questions. Also, Melanie was away for a second, so
It's
thanks for
fine.
contributing.
Plus, we're not really into like any particular topic yet. So if this helps you
More
like
open discussion.
establish a topic that I can then sink my teeth into, then yeah.
So still haven't found
go ahead.
a big disagreement yet.
Yeah.
So-
So
Mhm.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
So look, all I care you can answer the question by yourself. You can figure out mathematically what I will always choose. So I'm always looking to optimize my personal life. I want to live in a nice society. I want to walk outside, enjoy the sunshine, and be able to walk up to a girl, have a nice conversation, have dinner. I don't want to worry about thieves or murderers or any criminals. I want to live my life legally, and I want everyone around me to respect the law exactly as I do 100%. Whatever the law says, we should all do, done. So if I want society to punish harshly criminals. I want to disincentivize crime to as far as I can. As far as I am concerned, for any crime, execution. Like as long as if somebody did it by mistake, fine. But if somebody is a criminal with intent, it's been proven. Whatever he did, I don't care. Either banish them from the country or execute or whatever, or have them pay double, triple, like until whoever was harmed is happy.
I want to be good faith. You don't mean any crime. Like if you get a parking ticket, you're not saying you should get deleted.
Right. Yeah. So
I'm sure I see like a harsher line.
So
for
that's
your
why I'm saying.
drawings.
I'm saying like there should be compensation. You should be able to negotiate. Actually, so Sharia has this law that if you kill someone, you're able to pay your way out of it as long as you negotiate a fee. I think that's good. Like if I like for every crime, I should
Is
be
that
able.
moral? I don't know.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
It's
like
saying that society ought to enforce principles that uphold someone's individual egoism. Is that fair?
sure.
So here's why I keep saying ought and why I keep focusing on this. David Hume once said that pretty much all morals is ought statements, and I tend to actually agree with that because that pretty much is like any morality that I've heard aside from the logical reductionism is is there an is ought statement that answers it? Even with the trolley question, should the person ought the person press that button or pull the lever, right? So I'm just saying that at this point you kind of have to convince me that you're not using morality by framing this in a way that can also be said as an is ought statement.
I don't care for whoever you quoted. I don't know any philosopher or whatever.
David Hume's probably one of the most popular philosophers ever and most influential.
Yeah, I don't care that he existed. Whatever he
Mhm.
said is nonsense. He used the word morality, so to me, that's nonsense. In my
May
universe,
I ask you something real quick?
yes,
Do you
yes,
expect your propositions to be useful to other people?
of course. If that's why I'm here. I'm here to, that's why I'm recording everything. I want people to learn from what I've discovered. I think it will improve the lives of everyone. I do believe we are hopeless society. This is the final act of humanity. I don't think we're getting out of this one. This is the end. But we can enjoy the very end. That it's
Okay.
okay.
Would you agree that effective communication is probably very important to achieving your goals of getting people to consider this?
Yeah, I might be too harsh on whoever that person you quoted.
Oh, it's not just that. My problem is that if you say that this is amoral, but you say also that you kind of rely on society for it in some way, then people who have a different definition of amoral kind of philosophies may, get kind of confused by what you're saying, and it might not make, your goal so approachable to them.
Okay, I'll try to be nicer. Look, I honestly, it's not important whatever anyone else said. He used the word morality, which is a lie. So he's promoting dangerous disinformation, and I'm very upset at him, and he should know better. Don't do that again, whoever you are. Now,
Can you think of any animal in the animal kingdom that and I realize that there might be deception, but what I'm asking in particular, can you think of an animal that lies in the animal kingdom? Because that's like a verbal act, right?
what do you mean lies? Like animals
Like
don't,
it's to speak words that are contrary to the truth.
w-
A lie is definitely a verbal act, not
but
just a
animals,
deception.
but animals don't speak.
Exactly. And
What?
this is a human-made thing. A lie is a human-made concept.
How is this related to our discussion? I lost you.
Remember how I said earlier that morality kind of sprung up because as we learn to talk and navigate conflicts, it was kind of inevitable that we started talking about ethics and stuff like that. Well, also like talking about lies and having a word for lies is inevitable if we're going to navigate deceptions and conflicts with words. And so I think when you call morality a lie, I don't know if there's a name for this type of fallacy or something. It's at the very least hypocritical because the way you're using lie is how you're trying to describe morality.
Maybe I'm beginning to understand what you're saying, and it might seem like a little bit of a paradox, but
Well,
look,
let's ask this. Remember going back to the unicorn thing. Um, can you say that like unicorns are a lie?
look, a lie is spreading misinformation with intent, with like you have gain. You're trying to make unlawful gain by spreading misinformation.
Okay, I'll concede that maybe confine it to a verbal act. It was more for the sake of my argument,
Hmm.
and maybe I overstepped how confident I was with that argument. But as and so maybe this was the wrong road to go down. I think though that like if we follow the unicorn logic, right? Like yes, unicorns don't materially exist,
Hmm.
but you can't say a unicorn. Like if someone buys a unicorn plushie, they haven't bought a lie. They bought something that exists culturally, right?
I don't know what a plushie is, but I assume
Oh, it's a
it's
stuffed animal, like me.
okay. Yeah, I mean, if you buy that type of unicorn, it's fine. But if somebody is trying to sell you a horse that he implanted its head with a horn, like whatever, like it's fake, he faked it, and then that's a lie, and he should be criminally prosecuted.
So egoism is individualistic, right? Like it doesn't rely on like anybody else's moral structure.
There is no
It-
there is no such thing as morality, and everyone should try.
no. I'm saying like whatever your preferences are, that like you self-inform those, you self-regulate those. You try not to get those from this where versus utilitarian is to say that we ought to all be doing the thing that makes us most fit.
We should each. The answer is like I try to optimize my life. I try to live the best one life I can, and I recommend for everyone else to do the same. That's it. There's nothing more than that. There is no morality, and it doesn't matter
Well,
what's
David, you disagree. I think maybe you should look into some of what he said about it. If you,
there,
'cause I can't quote him. I can't do what he said justice, but I think he does make a very good point.
that's
Um,
actually an appeal to authority. So you need to argue from first principles. So if you think there is morality in the universe, you need to make the case. Otherwise, you need
it's
to.
not always an appeal to authority just to point to someone who has spent more time like kind of navigating and trying to describe these issues.
You need to argue from first principles. So appeal to
If you
authority.
want me to, I'll become more familiar with what he says. Like I said, I can't really communicate exactly what he said because it's been a while, but I would love to read Hume again, especially on that. So what you're kind of getting me stuck up on here
Mhm.
is I don't understand how morality can be a lie if there are individuals out there who do choose to use moral frameworks, and those moral frameworks definitely exist culturally, like the unicorn does. Um, I think you can't say that all humans are immoral anymore. I think that disqualifies us from being amoral as a species.
Look, the fact that somebody says that they follow and they do and they this, the fact that they say something means to me exactly what the vacuum between, the, the interstellar galaxies means. It's vacuous.
I think we're having another language issue where I think by lie he basically means not objective.
Look, what are we talking about when I say like? What's a maybe you can ask a question, like a short question, so I can answer. Like,
Well, yeah, no, is it the fact that it's not objective? I think that, I didn't consider that. So is that the way that you're using the term lie?
oh, you okay? No. So there is no objective morality, and there is no subjective morality. Like, what would subjective morality be? So there is no morality,
Well,
period.
an individual morality, one that exists within
That's
someone's interpretation and preferences.
give me an example.
An example?
Yeah.
Yeah, so someone cherry picking certain frameworks like utilitarianism, and then actually saying, well, no, that's not good enough. So rule utilitarianism actually suits me better.
So that's not
If you're going to
morality.
say,
That's not morality. I mean, there's some reason he chooses to
Those
say.
are examples of morality frameworks, right?
yeah, like we have things that we call moral frameworks in society. You would agree with that, right?
At least philosophically, we agree with some moral
Look,
frameworks.
the fact that people tend to use the word morality for these things, I don't like that. That's like spreading disinformation.
Yes or no?
That's
Well,
spreading.
no, it's
That's
you
disinformation.
disagree.
That's
You
being
can disagree, but that's not.
No,
But
that's
if that's
being.
not objective or subjective, your disagreement kind of doesn't mean
No,
much.
no,
because
no. Look, I like pizza. Is that
Okay.
morality? Would you say me liking pizza is morality? I brush my teeth. Is that morality?
Well, on
No,
the
'cause we
pizza
haven't
question,
entered.
it depends if there's pineapple on it or
I
not.
know. I've
Oh,
never
damn.
tasted with the pineapple, so I have no
So going back to
position.
my first principles, which what I consider to be first principles of what morality is, none of those are it can like set us up for an is-ought statement. So I don't think we've entered a moral quandary yet.
I don't know what the is ought nonsense is about. I'm sorry.
Right. So if I encounter a
Can I
hungry
ask a quick question? Because I'm just curious. It's just like it's not an insult or anything. Are you a non-native English speaker?
You can hear that I'm not. I mean, I'm not a native English speaker.
I figured, but like I think we are running like some like language issues. Like I think we should
No,
be open-minded.
I've heard
No,
the is
and wait,
ought.
it's not.
I've
no,
heard about the
yeah,
is
right.
ought.
I'm
There's-
not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I didn't talk about that. But like when you're talking about the lie thing, I think like that was causing confusion. So one thing is to more point at Melanie. I think we'd be more open-minded or more open with the language where like there might be miscommunications about what we are exactly meaning.
No,
So
I'm
we
I'm
wanna keep that in
usually
mind moving forward.
no, no.
Sure, I
I've
can
had
move on from this, but like it's just my advice in general, and I'm not like I don't need to die on this hill, but it might not be best to call it a lie. It might be better to say like there is no objective morality, because I'd agree with you there.
yeah. There's no
I don't
subjective.
think.
There's neither. There's no objective nor subjective. There's no morality.
So what does subjective mean to you?
I know it doesn't mean anything. Me liking pizza, is that morality?
I can fast forward this argument. So he's going to say there's no basis in subjective morality. That's what Mr. Slave means.
No, I don't know what it means. Subjective morality. I don't know what it means. I personally don't
But how
like.
can you say it doesn't? How can you refute it then?
I don't know what it means. I don't know
Okay,
what it
you want to look
means.
it up for us?
I'm trying to
You wanna-
imagine. I'm trying to imagine someone. I personally don't like murdering. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's a lie. Everybody
A better
wants
way
to look. Everybody had that time when they really wanted to murder someone. The only reason you didn't murder is because society would execute you. So,
But you
spare
would
me.
agree though that if there's is-ought statements that we are kind of making prescriptions, right?
Wait, prawns. Be careful not to lose your headphones when you shake your head like that.
I was like, that's not the only thing stopping me from doing that. That's definitely not. There's definitely more to it than just the laws stopping me from doing that.
Okay. Anyway, I don't
When
believe.
you say you don't want to live in a world where people are killed. Am I quoting that right?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, look, I don't care about people. I want to optimize my personal life. In order to have a
Did you look
good
that up,
life.
Francis?
What?
I'm just asking if Francis is looking up subjective morality, because if he's not, I will, but he's not responding to me.
So
Well-
I think he makes a fair point. What he's kind of saying is, and I think you're phrasing it in not the best way. He's saying that subjective morality is not.
Oh, no,
is
you're not
nonsensical
looking it
to
up.
him.
Thank you for answering my yes or no question.
Well, if y'all want to look that up, I kind of want to run down another hypothetical with Mr. Slave.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go
yeah.
ahead, but I think looking up doesn't really
So-
matter because I think what he's saying is to him it is nonsensical. It doesn't. It's kind of like an oxymoron.
Well,
go ahead.
So let's go back to that trolley problem where there was 5 individuals and 0 individuals, and
Mhm.
the person that would not throw the switch, allowing the 5 to pass away. You would call him a psychopath. But what I want to ask, under his paradigm of amoralism, do you see him as unjust? Do you see the situation as unjust, or do you see him as, oh, he's just running off his amoral framework?
I don't care about him. I care about me. I'm optimizing my life. In order to optimize my life, I want to be able to live, a comfortable life. I don't want criminals. And if I'm ever in a dire situation, I want somebody to help me. I want to live, and I'm gonna let.
I understand. I understand. But what I'm asking is, do you see the situation as unjust?
No, I usually don't use the word justice and just and true and false and right and wrong and moral,
Can I
immoral.
ask a follow-up question?
Mhm.
Sure.
If you were the one on the tracks and someone could switch it for you, would you have a preference of what they would do?
Of course, I want them to save my life.
He meant very
That's-
clear.
that's the
He thinks they
definition of
ought to.
subjective- That's the definition of subjective morality. Your preference to have them flip that switch is a subjective morality.
If I want to eat vanilla ice cream, is that subjective morality?
No, because there is no is-ought paradigm yet.
I don't know what that means. Look, I don't know. Look, I
I thought you
honestly.
said you
You're
did.
saying the difference is because I assume that you're saying whether you like this thing, and the other thing we're saying this person should do a certain action in this scenario. So those are not analogous.
Who are you
In one, you
talking
have to make
to?
an ought statement. Talking to you, Mr. Slave. In the ice cream scenario, you're not making an ought statement of what someone has to do in that scenario. You're just making a statement whether someone likes something.
There's no
in the other
ought.
scenario with a button. No, you said you can take it back, but you said you think the person ought to hit the button. You said that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
and
then yeah. Just,
What's the question?
Well, you're using subjective morality at that point. That is the definition of it. What do you call what you're doing? Other like you call it optimization, but You're just using a different word for what is essentially the rest of society calls subjective morality.
Uh, um, I would have to rethink if I'm willing, if I'll allow. Okay. For now, I'll allow using subjective morality, I guess.
I think I even agree with you that there is no objective morality. Like there is no like tangible laws
But
in
it's
nature that
but
ethics
you
exist.
but look, all I'm saying is, uh, like this, like to me, it's just an optimization. Like, and all good men will agree. So all good men will vote for a law that we will punish the person that didn't save the 5 lives. So
I think to back on that still be subjective morality. It's just your standard for the
um,
your standard is. Sorry, go ahead, Mel.
but like to me, it has
Oh, I thought
like. But if you're asking me, I would never use the word morality. I would just say, hey, I always start every question with, look, I'm an egoist. I just want to live a good, happy life. For that, because of that, I want to execute the person who doesn't save the lives of those four,
Why
five.
would you not call that morality though? That's definitely most people would have tied it
Because
to
look,
morality. And I think
but
that's
I'm
directly related to morality.
because I'm starting from egoism. How is it morality? I'm starting from egoism. This is the same as me. I look. I like vanilla
Well,
ice
it doesn't matter.
cream.
It doesn't matter. Wait, it doesn't matter what your starting point is. You're describing morality.
And the problem is that
You
you're
can
saying
get there
that we're
different
all
ways.
amoral. Yeah, and the problem is that you're saying that we're all like fundamentally amoral, but we at least have subjective morality. It seems like you're at least considering that. It seems like.
Look, it's like dogs that they risk their lives for each other because they have good teamwork, and and it's like men that throw their
Do dogs have the capacity to discuss something that doesn't exist?
look. It's just at the end of the day, it's just a strategy. At the end of the day, when I throw myself on that grenade, that's ultimately is that am I being moral? Am I being moral when I
I
throw
think
myself?
here's I think what the difference is. There's a difference between preferences and morality. So if you're describing your preferences, that's okay. But the second you start making all statements about what people should do, I think that's when it becomes morality.
Yeah, I was actually just about to say that. Thanks, Pran.
That's a good distinction.
Look, I'm I'll concede that like when I risk my life to save someone and I don't think twice about it, you want to call that morality? I, I'd rather not, but
Just from
if
a subjective purview, I think people would see that, like not just you, but other people would see that
I
as
would
more moral.
never, I would
Uh,
never, I
uh,
would never say it was like if they ask me, why did you do that? Why did you risk your life to save those people? Why did you do that? The answer is it's a mathematical function because at the end of the day, I'm an egoist and I run through all the scenarios and there's no way out of it. I have to do
Wait,
it if I want to live.
you don't do math in your head when
I
you're trying
do.
to
Of course I
jump over
do.
a grenade.
That's
What's the
it.
math?
I'm thinking through if I don't do it, like so the next thing is there's no purpose in living in society. What's the point? Like we're all doomed. Everything will
That's
collapse.
logical.
So let's
That's
run
not
around.
mathematical.
So let's run around and hurt each other.
So, sorry, I appreciate that you conceded so far, and I'm just getting confused because what you sounded like you just used logic there.
Logic? What do you
Yeah,
mean? What?
because you said if I do A, I'll get outcome X, and if I do B, I'll get outcome Y. I
Sure.
prefer outcome X, so I'm
Sure.
going to do action A.
Yeah. So
Well, first of all, it's not mathematical, and I think you just pointed out that we are kind of logical, and I've also pointed out how logic can be the underpinning of ethics and morality. So I think that actually shows the mechanism in the human brain by which we do make ethical moral decisions is through logic.
I never said we're not logical. Of course, we're
Well, when you said
logical.
mathematical, it sounded like it was different than logical.
Oh
But
no,
then you described
mathematical. No, look, we're just optimize. Like whatever I do, I'm always optimizing. I'm always trying to maximize my benefit and reduce my harm. Right? I'm always trying to work the least to get the most. I'm always trying to pay the least to get the most out of every penny. That's an optimal. That's just optimizing. That's an optimization function. That's all. So it's just
Okay.
math. Our brains are great at this optimization function.
I
So
think you're kind of stretching the definition of math because you're definitely not doing the mathematical equations in your head when you're about to make that decision, right? Like the equations themselves, the numbers, and actually like adding and subtracting and doing algebra.
I look. So we can have a separate discussion that we are doing very, very. It's iterative, and it. Look, it's a separate discussion. I think it's numerical analysis. We can go through, whatever.
I would love that. That would be a great way to pick up our next
Okay.
time you're on Goated Debates. Because as I said before, I want you to have a recurring guest. I want us to work through your propositions, kind of like we did tonight. I think
Okay.
this might have even been productive. I'll even watch again and see if there's things that I've said tonight that I don't fully agree with, and then see if I can learn more about it. And I've said I'm going to look into Hume. So if you want to send me more stuff to look at that you think helps me understand your position, you're totally welcome to do that. We're now in the group DM.
Okay.
Um, and uh, and I just wanted to make sure. Do you have anything left to say before closing statements, and also after he's done? Moderators, do you have any questions left?
I'm good. I spoke a lot. Like I don't want to kill anyone with too much speaking.
I do feel like that one was a little bit more fruitful. I feel like we kind of got somewhere in the end where we didn't completely agree, but I think we got closer to a more common understanding. So I'm happy. I'm happy where we got to.
I
Yeah.
feel like it was a lot more productive for sure. I do have one more question, Mr. Slave.
Sure.
Would you rather make all of your life decisions or have somebody telling you orders on all of your life decisions?
Well, if it's a hot chick, obviously she needs to tell me. It's not good for me to be free.
Yeah, but I mean just like a forever case where you had to choose one or the other.
Yeah, I'd rather be I'd rather be owned and told by a hot chick than not.
Okay. That's all.
Okay.
Okay, well, folks, this is sorry. I'm probably really quiet because I'm not speaking into my mic ever. Folks, this has been Goated
Sound good to me.
Debate. No, I could hear the difference from my monitors at least. And sorry, chat, if you couldn't fully hear what I'm saying. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do audio editing. Anyways, this has been Go Debates, episode 1. I want to thank Mr. Slave for taking the time to walk through these concepts like communism and amoral egoism. Mr. Slave, do you have any closing statements about both topics or anything else you'd like to say? And be sure to plug yourself if you have anything.
I just have a YouTube channel, Mr. Slave. It's in it's in my subtitle,
Can you
and
link it in the side chat so I can put it in my video description?
sure, I'll link it right away. And we have an active Discord, and these days I'm doing a lot of physics, like actual physics, quantum physics, special relativity, general relativity. I'm writing papers and doing a lot of debates about the philosophy of physics, philosophy of science, philosophy of logic, philosophy of philosophy, philosophy of debating. And everybody's welcome to join and debate me. And as you can tell, I'm extremely open, and I do like ping pong debates. So
Sometimes,
what?
sometimes you're open.
I try to be. So, but as you can tell, like whenever somebody wants to interrupt, I immediately stop, and like I try not to stream on and stuff. Anyway, you're welcome to join me, and I'll be very happy to have you join our community.
Okay, great. And yeah, you can also post the link for the Discord. Is that a public link or should I?
Yeah.
Is that just for us?
I'll
Okay,
I'll
cool.
give you my yeah, I'll give you my link.
If you
And
post
so
that
I
in the
just
private chat, we can copy and paste that too.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I just wanted to say I'm super excited about addressing the physics part eventually. I know that's part of the propositions you've made. I am also kind of teaching myself physics, and I'm kind of applying my skills through game programming. So I'm actually thinking I'll look ahead and see if there's any programs I can write that might help bolster or my arguments or stuff, or at least like I'll have it set up as a simulation, and then I can take what you're saying, how things work, and then I can take how I'm saying how things work and see which is closer to what we see in reality. Does that sound cool?
Yeah, if you need help with the programming, I'm pretty much top notch on that in that too.
What languages do you know?
I will do that offline. I don't want to, expose
Sure.
myself.
Well, I'll just tell you, I know I'm going to be mostly doing in C++ once I can get my IDE up and running. But until then, I'm using processing.js, which is it's from the processing environment, and it's you can do it in JavaScript.
Let me
Nice.
plug my channel before we lose all the viewers talking about coding. Just kidding, just kidding.
Oh no,
But thanks for.
I didn't plug myself. Wait, I'm Ninetails
ahead,
Cosmic. I'm Melanie Cosmic Fox actually now. Got rid of the Ninetails. I'm Melanie Cosmic Fox, aka Furby, aka Hamster. I do debates. I think I did my debates pretty well tonight, and thank you again for Mr. Slave for being such a good interlocutor at times. But no, overall, I think you were great. So don't let me detract away from that. And you can find me on YouTube. That's at Melanie just type in the search Melanie Cosmic Fox. The Cosmic Fox is one word, like in here. And I'm also on Twitter at M9 Scarlet. That's the letter M, the number 9 is Scarlet with 2 T's. I should be going back to posting more controversial opinions on there. And if anyone wants to debate me in a text format, that's the way to do it. And once again, thank you to Princess, my wonderful moderator, and Tiki Tak for coming in and asking some very potent questions. Poignant. I think poignant is also a word I can use, but it feels weird saying poignant. Why does that feel like a weird word to say? Like moist.
Every word is weird if you start thinking about it.
True. Okay, Princess.
If you also like, have you done that thing where like if you say any word like 5 times repeatedly, it just like becomes like weird and kind of like loses meaning. It's like just like a thing about language. But thanks. Let me make myself nice and big. Second. Thanks for watching our first episode of the Go to Debates. I don't know how many debate shows we're doing now. We've done like the speed debate show. We've done like open formats. We're just doing a bunch of debates. But thanks for watching this one. I think in the beginning it was a little off the rails, but I think we had some interesting discussion points. I think we kind of meet in the middle somewhere by the very end after 2.5 hours. So hey, respectful dialogue. But I assume all of you are subscribers of my channel. If not, hit that sub button, support me. I'm not gonna ask for donations. I just want your
my
subs.
channel. Anyone watching this VOD even go to Princess's channel. Don't worry about me. Worry about him. He's better at this than I am.
He needs the subs.
See that sub goal at the bottom? I'm trying to get to 400. Help me out.
Ooh la la! What happens at the sub goal?
I've hit like a bunch ones, but I think at 500 I want to do something big because that's like the one that you need to hit for monetization.
It's not going to mean anything until you can. It's not going to mean anything though until you can tell us what it is. So you better figure it out soon because I'm half excited.
I have hyped one up before. Maybe I should do a different one. But previously, because I did the speed dating show, I was going to do an IRL date streamed. That's my maybe big goal. But I feel like that's great content. That might be worth like 1,000.
We're going to have to workshop it.
No, the chat.
Maybe you can e-date the Maxer if for those who know who that is.
I'm not talking about e-date. I'm talking about a real life IRL date with someone I meet on like Tinder or something.
I guess that could be interesting. If people are into that, then go for that sub goal. I was hoping for something a little bit more feisty, like maybe dyeing your hair purple.
We'll workshop it. I mean, I'll do that for very little. But yeah. Also, we can have like money goals too, because also my links for the donations are below. Subs the most important, but if you want to send me money, you can do that too. Maybe you can have a donation goal where I'll dye my hair blue. I'm a liberal.
How else can I backseat drive your stream? Let me think first. No, I was kidding. Well, folks,
that being said, I do want to end it soon because I might try to go on Torch's panel later today. But Mel,
you're gonna make sure I get that link, right?
If I get it, I think Torch is not the best at checking your chat.
Tiki Tak.
Hello.
Tiki Talk. Are you on TikTok?
No, I'm not.
Do you have anything you want to plug?
Oh, definitely not. I just want to plug everybody in the room here. Melanie Cosmic Fox,
do you maybe come from a certain
Mr. Slave.
community? do you maybe come from a certain community? Someone like another streamer who's her name starts with a 6, perhaps, possibly. Yeah, I'm just shooting.
Ghosty.
I'm
Sure. I'll shout out Ghosty. Shout out to Ghosty. 6HOSTII. You can subscribe to her. She's an amazing woman and gets into a lot of controversial video reviews.
wrong one again. Okay, sorry. Not you. I was gonna. I realized that she might have been asking to come on for. She might have been asking me through X to come on for a link, but you have the link, so you would have given it to her if she was asking, right?
Yeah, I pinned it after she posted in chat, so she had the ability to join if she wanted to.
Okay, I was just
Next
worried.
time, next time.
In the
We're
past, she
connected.
has. Good.
We're friends in Discord now, so we can have a discussion. Again, if anyone wants to join a debate and come on here, you're definitely happy to do this platform. We're definitely going to keep it a little more not full open panel. Like we're going to have it to like 4, maybe at tops. Maybe we'll open up in the future, but we want to keep it more productive, so we're not going to go full crazy like we did the
No,
first
no,
time.
no. That's a separate show called Goated Panels. Goated Debates is either 1v1 or 2v2. We might have, if we can ever put it together, we might have team debates. But I'm not going to give away the secret sauce of how I plan for that to work. But yeah, for now, I want Goated Debates to be like, these kind of back and forth without people climbing over each other. And then we can also do Goated Panels if you're interested in doing panels as well, Princess.
True, I just gotta figure out who I'm doing which show with because I know, you have a show, Jake has a show, Torch has got a show. We all have shows. So,
well, if
but
anyone
I'm,
else, yeah,
I
if
love
anyone else
discussing
does
stuff.
want to be moderator, you can take over Princess because he's panelly confused.
Well, I was gonna say
All
I love to
moder-
spread myself thin, so I'll burn the candle at both ends. But yeah, I want to participate in debates too. So, although
Well,
I was
I'll
on
moderate
the
or
one yesterday.
debate.
Go ahead. Yeah,
Okay,
definitely
Tiki-Taka.
we'll have you back.
Yeah. Cool.
All right,
And I think
actual
that's
final words. Anything we want to end the stream with?
If you didn't like the way I debated, get better at debate. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'll have to think of something that we can end on in the future.
If you get triggered by the Furby, that's your problem.
Yeah, that's why I made it. So it'll trigger the wrong types of people or the right types of, I don't know.
Melanie, I think
People I don't like.
I think you did very well. I think like you made me think, you made me question, everything, and you got to, the deepest like questions I could think of. So I think it was like good communication, like good discussions. Yeah.
And yeah, you had a lot to say, and I'm actually not like that. Doesn't bother me by the way, because you gave me a bit more time because I had to think about what the right questions to ask might be and stuff like that based on what you were saying. And that's kind of why, kind of like the more Princess would interject, I'd actually let you respond longer, so it wasn't as much like a 2v1 because I want a fair debate. I really do. Even if I'm right, I think it should be a fair debate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have a question if y'all don't mind. Before we end the stream, do you guys mind grading my moderating ability and maybe giving some feedback? Because I know I don't do everything perfect the first time.
I think in the beginning, me and Melanie, I think we were very like playing chess very quietly, very carefully, but very meticulously. Actually, I was like on the edge of my seat, and I had to watch my back, and like it was very difficult for me to navigate. But it came across as if we're boring, but I think we were just playing chess at the highest level possible. And anyone who didn't follow how difficult it was would have thought, it's boring. So you wanted to interject, but I think that just I think we were doing fine at that point.
Yeah, I think we were onto something at the
Yeah.
beginning. I think you were okay for the most part. Maybe because you were a moderator, there were just certain points where I was kind of still rolling on something, and I think you wanted to step in. The real question is like when we're talking past each other is when we redirection. And maybe I wasn't clear about enough that when I kind of told you what I was hoping for, but in general, like if we're still kind of like getting somewhere, it might be in the weeds, but I was talking about like really in the weeds, right? Like no hope of getting back almost, if that makes sense. And I still thought it was salvageable, and that was maybe where we had conflict.
That makes complete sense, and I will adjust.
But
Most of were process, by the way, but because Tiki Tak, you just weren't here as much. But I didn't notice that as much from you. But thank you for at least trying to improve.
no, but
Yeah, I think.
Francis,
Go ahead.
you're very smart. I mean, you're brilliant. So I at times I had a
Oh,
hard
and
time.
as a rating, sorry, Mr. Slade, we should give him an actual rating. I'd say 7 out of 10. Like you actually did a pretty good job overall.
Okay, I was gonna say B. That's pretty close.
Yeah, yeah, 9. I think I think you're super smart, and I would give you a 9 out of 10.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback. I do think it's definitely will incorporate that. I do want to say, yeah, it's difficult because I want to maintain a balance where I want to get good content as well. But it's hard to tell you. I don't necessarily know if like maybe how I feel is necessarily how the audience feels. Not that we have a giant audience, just like 10 people watching, but something I want to keep be aware of as well is like how entertaining and how clear is the flow or what we're discussing to the audience.
Sure.
But if room for improvement, I can definitely improve there.
Well, maybe more clarifying questions than like really getting someone like I was asking him at some point to define what he thought the first principles of communism were, and then he would say I don't know, and then I wouldn't be able to kind of like describe it, and I don't know. We're getting into the weeds on this, so just
we don't get into a giant meta discussion, but
Yeah.
thanks for the overall feedback. We'll make some improvements, but I think we can end the stream here. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Okay.
thanks Slade, thanks Tiki Tak, thanks Melanie. I'm gonna
Thank
part
you.
ways. I might join another stream later, but thanks for coming. We're gonna end it here.
Thank you,
Bye,
everyone.
everyone.
Bye bye. Tiki toki. Tiki toki. Oh, we're still streaming. Oh. I forgot I'm still streaming. Let me try. Discord. Let's go back to Discord. Let's see. Wait, how long have I been alive? I've been here for almost 5 hours. Okay, so let's see what's going on in this server.
From a technical standpoint, is perspective will change the overall diameter.
Not mine,
And-
because I can show you instances where
I
it
know
doesn't
that's
change
not
the
yours. I know that's not yours, and therein lies the rub.
No, I can show you. I can show you right now and post a video. It's a clip from Critical Think, and it shows all he does is change from 15 meters above the.
Is going to be the guy who wins, and Israel has a lot more power than the entire Shiite community. So Iran included.
So for you, might is right, and
You know, all I know is I work professionally in this.
Okay. All right. I think we're done. I needs to goes. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more fun stuff. All right. Bye bye.